just told you about Europe's problems. Here's Europe, we say we're going to do this big thing, and then we all sit around arguing, and then we do a little thing, and everybody says, oh, look, they can't get it together.
I'm going to try to be a little bit optimistic. Otherwise, it's going to be a very depressing session here. At the end of the day, we decided to aid Ukraine with 90 billion euros. And that was the thing we had to do, keep Ukraine in the fight, because the United States is no longer supporting them. They're on their own. It's not looking good. Was Europe able to say, we're going to do whatever it takes to keep you in the fight? And at the end, we did. The way in which we did it, the discussions we had, maybe are not an example of the best governance you can imagine, but at the end of the day, there was a result. But of course, we are in a bad position. We didn't do our homework. We stayed believing in the United West, but the writing was already on the wall when Obama said, I'm the first Pacific president. The burden shift from the United States towards China. We chose to ignore it and to keep enjoying the peace dividend. We didn't rearm. We didn't strengthen ourselves. Now we're in a weak position. But I think, having said that, we made the choice to support Ukraine. Only we learned a lesson the hard way with the Euroclear and the reparation loan debate that there is no such thing as free money. There's nothing like the Alibaba cave that opens and you can simply take the gold and get away with it. That was an illusion that existed for a few months at the European table, but I think we managed to put an end to it for the moment.
Okay. Prime Minister Plenković, I'm interested in your take. Again, to quote the President of the Commission, she said, Europe's response will be unflinching, united and proportional. There's a European Council meeting on Thursday night. What kinds of things will Croatia be arguing for that Europe should respond to from these twin challengers, Russia and the United States now?
Yes. First of all, thank you for being here again for 10th season in a row as the Prime Minister of Croatia. My first point is regarding what we were discussing in December in Brussels. I think whatever the outcome was, pending option A, option B, using the Russian Central Bank frozen assets or the loan, the good outcome that we have found 90 billion euros to finance Ukraine for 26 and 27, both functioning of the state, the entire I would say blood flow of the financial system, and also helping Ukraine to defend itself. This was the key political objective. How we got to it was basically a technique. I think the outcome which came out was a little bit more secure when it comes to the legal certainty, and therefore Bart has managed to convince the majority of us that his arguments were fine. When it comes to the two pressures, one coming from Russia with the brutal violation of international law and the aggression against Ukraine after other episodes in the part of Europe which was formerly a neighborhood, now it's more into the enlargement basket. I mean here Moldova and Georgia, which do have basically frozen territories. I think that the key aspect is to remain vigorously on the side of the Ukrainians and on the side of freedom, democracy and international law. This is what we stand for. This is why we have supported so strongly Ukraine over the past 4 years. I think many of us will be heading to Kyiv on the 24th of February to extend further support. And I think we should a little bit revisit what we discussed a few days ago, and that is the peace plan. Now, the Greenland has taken us, the entire debate, into a different direction, a bit odd, unexpected, but these are the realities of a changing global order. We are, as we have seen recently, in the situation where the international organizations, international law, global governance, as we knew it, is changing so rapidly that we need to position ourselves. I think the only safe way for the European Union to remain an actor is to try to be as united as possible. Not necessarily all the governments are singing the same tune. And if that is visible from someone who would like to see a little bit more divisions on the EU side, then that will be exactly the weak spot and the weak link which will be emphasized. So I guess that this meeting on Thursday night is supposed to strengthen our position on supporting Denmark, obviously. That is a very logical way to do it, but also maintaining sensible, reasonable, expected, good transatlantic ties with the United States. I mean, for all of us, despite all the, let's say, noise in the communications channel, I mean, United States is an ally and a friend. I don't know anybody among 27 who has altered that position. So we need to talk to each other more, maybe be less abrupt in being faced with fait accompli propositions, but more talking to each other and finding solutions for the global order. This is our position, and this is a line of Croatia that has been very clear for the last 10 years.
Thank you very much. Marguerite, you run a big European bank. And both things, I guess, are important to you. You're European, you're also a banker. How do you navigate these geopolitical waters? I was quite struck that the European Business Roundtable issued a statement saying, you know, okay, it's enough with America, we need to get tough, which is not the normal thing that you expect business people to say. So how do you see it?
You're right. As my accent probably betrays me, I'm French, and at the same time, you know, I live in Amsterdam, running, you know, a Dutch bank, so I would define myself as passionately European. And when I try to think about what are all European values, I would say that, you know, this is about, you know, the rule of law, this is about human dignity, this is about democracy, this is about also reason and truth. And all these values of cooperation have served us well in the past decades, you know, and helped us build a Europe-free wall. Right now, we feel challenges from all fronts. Outside of Europe, you know, with walls, with authoritarian regimes, and also, in fairness, within Europe, with, I would say, added polarization, sometimes the erosion of truth in our internal debate, and sometimes also political instability and fragmentation. And right now, looking at Europe, we sometimes feel, hey, are we a herbivore in a world of carnivores? Because on all fronts, you know, we feel right now under pressure.
Looks a bit like that. Mm-hmm.
It may feel like that. And then the answer is, if we want to defend our values, we need to be strong. And it is not only about, I would say, military or political strength. This is also about economic strength. And this is where, you know, very, you know, humbly as a banker, you know, we feel we can contribute, because what are banks? The plumbing of the economy, the blood circulating in the economy, making projects possible, financing innovation, financing infrastructure, and taking risk we manage and understand. And this is what we want to do, because we want to be, you know, strong European banks for a strong Europe. That sometimes also lead us to I would say, question collectively our risk appetite in Europe. Don't get me wrong. You know, I was, at the time of the financial crisis, actually in the public service working at the Élysée, so I got first-hand experience of what goes wrong when the financial sector goes wrong. But I think we have built a very sound financial sector, and now we need to make sure that sometimes, you know, our collective risk appetite is not preventing us from also financing the needed European transitions, be it, you know, energy, defense, mobility, tech and digital, to name a few. Because unfortunately, being conservative in today's world and status quo is not a very, you know, it's not a risk-off position. Okay. It is a very dangerous one.
Well, that leads me naturally to Artur Mensch, because I think one of the reasons for American super confidence and their slight contempt for Europe, maybe slight is an understatement, is the sense that we have fallen way behind in the industries of the future, particularly technology. And indeed, I remember being at a meeting and you passed by and somebody said, you know, there's our only hope. He's the only guy we've got. You know, I don't want to lay too much on you. But how far behind is Europe and what can we do about it?
Well, I think there are a few reasons to be optimistic on that front. If you look at technology is about inflection points, and whenever you have a replatforming of software because you've invented a new technology, you can expect competition to rise again, and you can expect opportunities to rise. And then the question is Europe ready to use those opportunities to catch up? Because effectively, we lost the battle on cloud, and we created a huge dependency to US digital services in Europe. So that's 80% of digital services being imported from the US to Europe, and that's effectively all that amount of value that is coming back to the US used and reinvested in R&D to build further leverage and further dominance. And so this is true, but yet AI is a way to build different software. It's a different kind of infrastructure that you need to build. You need a lot of energy. You need high density energy sites. Europe has plenty of those. You can rebuild the entire public cloud services based on AI technology. And it's actually much less costly to rebuild thanks to artificial intelligence. So suddenly the unit economics of software have changed. And the good thing about Europe is that we have opportunities. We have, again, energy, high supply of energy. We have talented people that can build software quickly. We actually have manufacturing, financial services, those companies that are worldwide competitors, world-class. And those companies are willing to spend on R&D, willing to transform themselves around artificial intelligence. And what we've seen in the last year, and honestly I think Donald Trump presidency played a role there, is that a lot of these companies and a lot of European states realize that now may be the time to partner with European technology providers to build value together, to make sure that the value created is reinvested in research and development, to further build leverage and get rid of the dependency that we have created for ourselves. And that dependency, the technological dependency, is probably the biggest vector of power of the United States. And if you talk to J.D. Vance, that's exactly how he staged that. So we do need to build that leverage and to make sure that we use our strength to not fall into what I think is the biggest risk in the coming years for Europe, which is to become a colony in artificial intelligence. In that we may be in a state, if European technology does not achieve its goals, we may be in a state where 95% of digital services and artificial intelligence is imported from the US. And that means that our entire industry is going to run its processes on top of an infrastructure that can be turned off. If the US decides to. That also means that our defense technology and deterrence is going to rely on US technology that can be turned off, and that means deterrence cease to be anything. And eventually that also means something for democracies. And at Mistral we don't really focus on that, we really focus on the two first points. But on the consumer side, if you end up with two US companies that owns access to information and can influence how people think, that means they can actually influence elections, they can influence the regimes wherever they actually are deployed. And so I think we can build leverage onto three things, so defense, economy, and information sovereignty. We work with businesses, enterprises, and states to make sure that we create leverage on two first. We can do it more. We think Europe could invest more in European technology, procure more European technology, cease to procure US technology, and that would propel us forward. But really, we have reasons to be optimistic, and in a way, we are ceasing to be the frog in the slowly boiling kettle, because we realize that effectively they've built leverage, and they're going to use it. So now, a lot of red lines have been crossed, and it means that actions are being taken, and I think we should continue to take them.
Just kind of quick follow-up. I mean, as you say, you run a major business. You must, in the space you're in, work a lot with Americans. You have to.
I mean, we do. Yeah, we do, and we export to America, and we haven't built our differentiation based on sovereign concerns only. We've built an approach to enterprise software, an approach to creation of value in financial services manufacturing that we actually export to the US.
But as a businessman, you know, with responsibility to the people who invested in you, can you do the things that politically you think need to be done, which is, you know, reduce your risk, reduce your exposure to the United States?
We have, in that we have reduced our dependency to hyperscalers, for instance. That's why we moved toward infrastructure. We decided to invest in creating our own servers, in buying our own GPUs, in operating those, and eventually what we are achieving is that we are now a full-stack, vertically integrated AI cloud provider. That does reduce our dependency to US services, because effectively when we started, we used US cloud services because there was nothing else to train models on. No, we do depend on goods. The good dependency is not going to disappear anytime soon, but the good dependency is much more balanced in that the US actually needs European goods, we need US goods. We'll find a way. On digital services, this is not balanced, and this is a very high risk. And so that's why we decided to build that vertically integrated stack, because we heard from the market, from public sector, from defense, that this was a requirement.
Okay. Marguerite, actually, I'd just like to ask you how all of this applies to the financial sector. I mean, because people are saying, I mean, maybe this trade war will be called off and Donald Trump will change his mind, etc. But if it starts, it'll start spilling over perhaps into banking and into the financial markets. In fact, do you think we're already seeing a reaction in the financial markets to the growing uncertainty?
I would say that, you know, there's one thing markets don't like is you know, uncertainty. And certainly, you know, when there is less cooperation, people start to really become fidgety. And I think there's something interesting that we're observing right now. And if you remember what happened last April when you know, the discussions on tariffs were in full swing, you know, what really put some reasons back in the system was the fact that, you know, markets reacted strongly, and basically the interest rate on the 10-year, you know, US bond started to you know, go through the roof, huh? And the US, you know, have their weaknesses, and one of these weaknesses is, you know, they have enormous amount of debts they need to finance. So at some point, you know, when markets and money markets become fidgety, this is also having an impact. And if I look right now, and it's quite interesting, despite, you know, 3 cuts by the Fed in you know, short-term interest rates, you see that the 10-year yield bond is not, you know, following that pace, huh? Mm-hmm. So right now there is uncertainty, and you see it, you know, spiking. The 10-year right now is at its highest level since September. So markets are sort of bracing for impact right now.
Interesting. President Noceda, I mean, coming back to the Russia challenge, what's your assessment of the state of the Russian economy, and do you think there is more that Europe can do to pile pressure on?
The information we receive, of course, is not very encouraging for the state of Russian economy, and I think Russian economy is just deteriorating and have had a lot of macroeconomic problems, disbalances, and I think this is a matter of time when they will switch into the stage of stagflation, stagnation and high inflation at the same time. But you know that the specific feature of Russia is that the politicians or dictator can ignore the macroeconomic situation just by putting all the burden to the ordinary people and just pretending to invest more into the defense and ignoring all these imbalances, at least for the time being. So it doesn't mean that we shouldn't put additional pressure on Russia in form of sanctions, and European Union will do this, I am pretty sure. And we have to punish also the close ally of Russia, Belarus, which is actually our neighbor, very close neighbors, 600 kilometers common border with Lithuania. And we are just experiencing almost every day form of attacks. It might be the illegal migration, it might be meteor balloons, the drones coming from Ukraine. And this regime is close ally of Putin and should be sanctioned logically too. So this is the reason why all the time I support the idea of imposing the sanctions on Belarus, because this country is a source of instability in the region. What should Europe do? Of course, so Europe should take more responsibilities, not only in the field of economy, but also in the field of military forces. And I see that we made quite significant progress in last months. Much should be done in the future because we are still lagging behind by many means. First of all, we are lagging behind if we compare our military capabilities with Russian capabilities. We are obviously lagging behind if we compare the production capacity. The Russians can produce ammunition, military guns and other military equipment, and Europe has not so much time in order to
That's the question I wanted to ask you, is this time question, because I've heard very different assessments. Some, one senior former European leader said to me, the Russian threat is overdone. They've been fighting for 4 years. They haven't taken Kharkiv, which is, 30 miles from their frontier. There's no way they're going to attack Europe. And then there are others like Mark Rutte, the Secretary General, who says, no, this is a very, very dangerous moment. And people in the Baltic states also say, you could take the threat from Russia.
This is not about Baltic states. This time, I think this is not about the Baltic states, because missiles can reach in 5–10 minutes every capital of Europe. This is, by the way, the wording of Mark Rutte too. So we are all affected, because this time Putin wants to challenge the democracy, our rule of law, and all these good things you mentioned. And I think we have to be aware. And why I am talking that after the peace deal, Russia will stay aggressive. You can imagine they produce enormous amounts of guns, ammunition, equipment. And do you think they will leave those goods idle when the peace deal is over? I don't think so, because we know the origin of Russia. We know their ideas, messianism idea, first of all. And I think this is a matter of concern, big concern. And we are able to deal with that matter only together. So this is, for me, the heartbreaking to see the conflict between the United States and Europe, because I'm a strong believer in transatlantic bond.
Yeah.
My country is too.
Yeah, heartbreaking indeed, and also dangerous. And Mr. De Wever, I wanted to ask you about that, because the Prime Minister Plenković said, look, in the end, we all know America's an ally, and this is still our view. But listening to you earlier, you said, talked about the prospect of us becoming unhappy slaves. Do you share that view that we can take it for granted that the US is an ally of Europe?
Unfortunately not. I would like to confirm that they are an ally, but then they have to behave like an ally. And if you talk about the Russian threat, it's not that great if the West is united, but we are not united, and Putin sees this. The economy of Russia is very weak. Their military threat is not very real unless we are divided. But it's exactly what he sees, that we are divided. When we had the last meeting of the Coalition of the Willing in Paris, the American delegation started their opening statement by saying, we're not here to take a side in the conflict. I found this very shocking, because I grew up in the 1980s, where the West stood for something, for the sovereignty of the people, for democracy, for freedom. The idea that in a conflict between a tyrant and a democracy, the United States will say, well, we're not going to take sides. In a gathering of the Coalition of the Willing, pro-Ukraine, of democratic allied countries saying we're coming here together because one of us is threatened by Russian aggression, we have to support them. They said, we're not here to take sides. We're here to make a deal. Putin sees this. This is his strength, is our division. And of course, if he follows the news and says now a NATO country is threatening another NATO country with military invasion, it will not discourage him to continue his war on Ukraine. It will certainly not discourage the Chinese to choose for an imperialistic agenda. And if the Atlantism would really die, I hope not, but if it dies, globalization will die with it. That's very clear. Yeah. And we cannot stay a herbivore in that world. That's the European lesson we have to learn. We have to wake up, we have to rearm, we have to integrate our market, and we have to weaponize our market, and we have to seek new alliances. I don't think we have to annul the alliance we have, but we have to seek new ones. Mercosur was very useful. We have to do it.
Do we have to tilt towards China a bit?
We have to continue engaging China. China is always a mystery. They could go both ways. They could go full imperialistic. But I think China can also be engaged to evolve towards a win-win situation. But of course, then you also need the United Europe to talk to them, to say what is our win. Because for the moment, it is their win and our lose. In 2007, the numbers don't lie. The European economy was 10 times bigger than China. Now we're equal. In 2007, we were equal with the United States. Now they're 50% in front of us. The entire difference is the tech sector. We've become totally dependent on technology that we do not own and do not control. That is not how the Chinese did it. They did it differently. We were a little bit naive, and it's time to wake up. We need our own technological platforms to build the prosperity of tomorrow. If not, Trump can do with us, he can play with us. Whatever he does. And we've been accustomed to very nice presidents like Obama, and we haven't noticed that the shift in America is not bound to one presidency. It's a structural shift. The face of America has turned to the Pacific. Their backside is turned to the Atlantic. And that will not change after Trump. It's a structural thing. So it's up to us, I think, not to complain about Trump because you say you will get all the attention tomorrow. I can assure you, you already had it today. Yeah. In every conversation, it's Trump, 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 Trump. Okay, that's very nice. And we can complain about Trump, the way he does things, the way he tells things, the humiliation, he lays it on very thick. But that cannot exclude us or that does not exempt you from doing your own homework. And maybe we should focus on that. And then maybe in 5 years, we will say, thank you, Mr. Trump, for waking us up just in time to build a much stronger Europe and a united Europe. It can go either way. Either we unite or either globalization will die and we will be the victim of it.
Yeah. You wanted to say, I want to come to Prime Minister Plenković in a second, but quick one.
Maybe two remarks on my side. I fully agree with the Prime Minister. One of the striking facts for me, and you know, I went to university in the US. This is a country I deeply feel for. I'm struck by the weakness of US institutions at the moment. It is striking. We thought that this was, you know, the strongest democracy with you know, strong checks and balances. You know, right now when I'm talking to American CEOs, many of them accept to say things in private that they don't dare saying in public because they are concerned about potential retortions on their companies. And I'm like, oh my God, is this the US we're talking about? So that's one sort of, you know, fact that we have to digest as well in the way we perceive the US right now. And the other one is, and that may seem as a long time ago, but I think we all read, you know, the paper, the US, you know, the national strategy that was shared. And the terms in which Europe were described, I mean, was described, it's not, you know, it's not a description of an ally or a friend, huh? And so it is.
Yeah. Well,
really
it's a friend that needs intervention because we're apparently facing civilizational erasure and they need to help us out of it. But Prime Minister Plenković, obviously you sit you know, at the different end of Europe from Belgium. From your point of view in Croatia, I think you were the last enlargement, the last most recent member of the EU. Do you think enlargement is still something that the EU should be looking at as a way of strengthening itself?
Absolutely. We are certainly the last member of the European Union, but it was already 13 years ago. We joined NATO in 2009, and that's why, for us, you know, when after the Bucharest NATO summit at the time, President Bush came to Croatia and at the San Marcos Square in front of the government in Parliament, he said No one will ever take your freedom away. For a country that had occupied territories to 27% at a certain point, which was the biggest percentage Ukraine had in 2022, that was an important message of stability and assurance of peace. That's why for us, keeping the transatlantic relationship is important. It's something that is embedded in our way of thinking, how we see democracy and the West. And I'm sure the similar logic also is in Lithuania. What I would like to say here, how does it look when it comes to the enlargement? I think we are at the point where we might change the optics. So far, the optics of the enlargement was every country fulfilling the criteria, whether it's political, economic, rule of law, on its own merits. Now, if the part of the deal for the peace deal in Ukraine will be a faster pace for Ukraine towards the European Union, that may completely alter the approach, and it will be an entirely geopolitical approach to the enlargement, which then opens the space for the countries of Southeast Europe, our neighbors, the Western Balkan countries. And for us, it is strategically important that while strongly supporting Ukrainian efforts, we would like to see that the countries also in our neighborhood, especially Bosnia and Herzegovina, take this chance and be looked at in a more favorable way than it was so far. So this debate will be, I would say, struck by the absorption capacity of the European Union, something we rarely talk about, but these are two elements which are critical. One is how we actually take the decisions, because making decisions at 6, 9, 12, 15, I don't know, 25, 27 or 28 and now back to 27, it's one thing. Making them at, let's say, 35, 36, it's even a little bit more complex. And then the budgetary implications, because a number of us are still so-called friends of cohesion, meaning that we are on the recipient side when it comes to the distributionary power of the EU budget. That means we pay less as a contribution than we would actually receive in order to get to the level playing field. That is the logic of the European solidarity through cohesion, agriculture, or budgetary policies. So with Ukrainian membership, things will change. The countries.
Do you think you'll become a net contributor?
I don't know. There aren't really that precise calculations yet, but it will certainly have a big impact on everyone, and that is something that will be taken into account. So I think that in parallel with the ongoing negotiations on the next multi-annual financial framework 28-34, we should take a fresh look on what will happen with the enlargement of the Union. I think this is the global moment where the European Union should be stronger, both in terms of industry, in terms of competitiveness, in terms of the AI, and most of all, defense and security. And in that context, enlargement should not be neglected. I think we should fill in the sort of grey holes that are there and that are literally within the body of the European Union, that is the Southeast Europe today. And that's why our policy was always in favor of the enlargement, but I think we need a serious open debate and a fresh look on what is going to happen in the few years ahead of us.
Okay, well, we've had a great discussion. There's about 6 minutes left. I'm sorry, I meant to leave at least 10 for questions, but, you know. Does anybody want to ask a question if there are microphones around? Is there a hand? Do I see a hand? Yeah, in the front row here. One second.
Hi, everybody. Svetlana Tikhanovskaya, leader of the democratic process of Belarus. My question is, I hear the voices that we need to lift sanctions from Russia or Belarus or engage with the dictators. I really appreciate the policy of Lithuania and President Nausėda and hear your strong position. What are the opinions? You know, I'm really skeptical about this, but will it help?
Okay, perhaps for you.
What was the question?
So the leader of the Belarusian opposition saying she's worried.
There are voices that we should engage with dictators or lift sanctions from Russia or Belarusian regime.
Do you think? Okay, I mean, just to add a nuance to that, some people say, look, the Americans are talking to the Russians. Maybe the Europeans should talk to the Russians as well. What do you think?
Americans are talking with Belarusians.
Yeah.
They are talking with Belarusians, Belarus releases some political prisoners, at the same time throws new prisoners into the prisons. But the question was about, yes, about our unity regarding this issue too, because there are some discussions about how hard we should approach Belarus, how consistent and decisive we have to be in front of Belarus, and I think we have to apply the same policies as against Russia, because, as I mentioned, and not only that, Belarus is deploying the Oreshnik systems, Belarus is deploying tactical nuclear weapons, building, or at least there are the plans to build new nuclear reactors additionally by violating all the safety rules and standards. So this is really the matter of concern, especially taking into account that this current regime has consolidated itself. This is a problem not for next 1 or 2 years. It might be the problem for next 10 years.
Prime Minister Davos, I saw you wanted to say something.
Well, negotiate with Putin, I think, is not a very good idea, because, as the Americans said, if you want to speak, speak softly, but carry a big stick. We don't have a big stick. We can only speak softly. And that is, for the moment, that's our problem. With soft speech, you're not going to convince Belarus, you're not going to convince Putin. You're the real elected leader of Belarus. And if you talk about enlargement, this is our power. It's Europe wants to be, people want to join the European Union.
Yes.
Nobody wants to join China. Nobody, no neighbor of the United States says, well, we want to join the United States. Nobody wants to. They want to join the European Union just because we have respect. We have the rule of law. We do speak softly. But it is an important debate, because the enlargement will, of course, test the absorption of the United States of Europe. I wanted to say that. But
give it a couple of years.
Just at the moment where we need deep integration to get the big stick, the enlargement debate is contradictory to that. Maybe we should do both, create Europes at different speeds, because I do want to enlarge, and I do hope that one day we can have you join as the real leader of Belarus in the European family and speak softly amongst ourselves. Yeah. Would be great.
Actually, I'll just take it, and then I'll come to you. There's a question over there, just one more.
Sorry, I take the floor from the Prime Minister. My name is Michael Murray, and I represent, frankly speaking, Ukraine. We are Vice President for MHP company. We are the biggest producer of poultry in Europe. First of all, from Ukraine...
Keep it short, because we've only got 2 minutes.
From Ukrainians, we would like to thank you for all these words of support and for your clear standing for Ukraine, for independence, and for your clear understanding what is the good and what is bad. And this is very important. I will be very short, because I wanted to ask about the question about our integration, boosting integration to EU, and it's very great that you mentioned it first. But one point I would like to mention in this that maybe, what do you think? Maybe Europe needs more clarity, more strategy regarding how you will perceive, how you see Ukrainian potential to strengthen strategic autonomy of...
Okay, I'm going to have to cut you off there, though you won't get an answer. Yeah. Prime Minister Plenković, why don't you answer that, because you wanted to add to some of the other stuff.
If I may just relate a little bit to what
Madam
Tikhanovskaya said, because she mentioned the issue of the sanctions. I think we need to be very clear on what Kremlin is doing. The dialogue between the United States and Russia on Ukraine is the way to, first of all, restore the relations between Moscow and Washington. Secondly, to be in the position to get gradually rid of various restrictive measures or sanctions regime, whether it's European, American, or somebody else's, or UK's. And third, seek the full rehabilitation at the international scene. These are the 3 steps which are crystal clear. Everything that has been happening over the last few months in the context of negotiations is going into that direction. And what we have seen, despite all the packages of sanctions, which did have an impact on Russian economy, and I'm sure everything is even probably more complicated than Gitana suggested, we didn't see the reflection on the political line, nor the political context, nor the strengthening of the opposition, no weakening of the regime, no change of the course. This is the specificity that we are dealing in. That's where the problem is. That's why the United States are, in this context, with the new second Trump administration, in the position to talk, because they talk actually differently than what the rest of us talk in the context of the European Union. They have given themselves a maneuvering space. When it comes to the question of Ukraine, Ukraine actually has a lot to give to Europe when it comes to security and defense. Basically, Ukrainian military today is the only one that has been in such a test of war and defense that nobody else has done that on such a large scale. We are a small country, we had a problem 30 years ago, but it's almost uncomparable to what Ukraine has endured, suffered, and actually resisted so strongly in order to diminish the percentage of the currently occupied territories and illegally annexed from 27 to 19.5, which I suggested to President Zelensky, never give a drop of an ink to something that may be giving away territories de jure.
Yeah, very shortly.
I'm afraid I think we're out of time and they're going to throw us out of the room, but just 2 sentences and then I'll wrap it up.
Just I am in favor of setting a very clear date of the membership for Ukraine and European Union, not as a legally binding, but as a political ambition. And I represent this idea in all the European Council meetings, and I hope that there will be more colleagues supporting this idea. This would be a great contribution to the strategic autonomy you mentioned too.
Again, that's a very good thought, a concrete proposal on which to end this session. So thank you very much to the panel and thanks to the audience.
C'était lui qu'on est très coordonnés. En fait, j'ai que les secondes dans la manche quasiment. Ah ouais. Si tu mets la tête, j'ai beaucoup de mal. Ouais, j'ai fait après, ça va bien. J'ai vu au Qatar avec le style. Bien tourné. J'ai mis mon masque de d'évaluer. Ouais, c'est clair. Comme Steve Jobs et Mark Zuckerberg. Au moins, t'es plus 40 ans. C'est vrai que tu commences à... Ouais, puis après, ça se voit aussi.
Simple.
C'est vrai qu'il y a aussi de la manger à tout. Ah, c'est bon.
Oui.
La demi-finale.
Sogar so schnell genau.
Ja. Non, Bargien inintentionnel, parce que c'est pas possible.
C'est ça.
On a le droit d'arriver en retard ou pas? Au WF, on peut arriver en retard, c'est 14h07.
C'est suisse et tu... Il va pas avoir
On peut lui interdire la scène s'il est pas là.
Écoute, j'ai déjà vu que la session de ce soir de Saïd, il était 18h20 ou 18h. J'ai l'impression que l'agenda est en train de glisser.
Alors moi, elle m'a déjà dit à 18h20 hier.
Ouais, ok.
Enfin, même avant-hier, quand on a passé mon badge, elle m'a dit...
Oui, donc ça allait tout tard et ça avait déjà eu.
Ah bah voilà.
Qu'est-ce que vous pensez?
Je vois pas où là. Sorry. Pardon,
Monsieur le Président, bonjour.
Vous allez bien?
Comment allez-vous? Ça va?
Bien, et vous?
Est-ce que le président américain...
Je ne vais pas faire une interview en marchant sur des choses sérieuses.
Est-ce que le président américain nous humilie?
Un point de non-retour a été atteint avec
Merci à tous.
Merci à tous.
Les dialogues avec Trump sont pas possibles.
Does Europe need a stronger response to America? Merci. Hey, hey, hey.
Hey. Yes. Le pool, vous avez besoin d'aller à l'intérieur?
Non.
Non, ah, vous restez. Ah, tant mieux.
I'm going to get started. Welcome, everybody. Mr. President, welcome. I've been visiting France for more than 50 years. I know I don't look it, but truly so. And over that time, I've been passionate about visiting France, understanding it, learning about it, learning from it. But mostly, I've been passionate about the debates we have related to the French economy, and importantly, the future of France. What's striking to me about these debates, the debates have actually changed. And the debates have changed over the last decade. Today, I think there's a broad agreement around one single idea, that economic growth matters. Economic growth, as it broadens, reduces polarization. I think that sounds obvious now about the need for economic growth, but not so long ago. It was still an open question whether competitiveness would truly sit at the center of France's economic vision. I think that question has been answered, and President Emmanuel Macron has been the key man driving that shift and answering that question. In fact, you could make an argument that no French leader has led his country at a more pivotal time since World War II. From the onset, President Macron has argued that France must strengthen itself. It must strengthen its defense. It must renew itself in its capacity to innovate, but also importantly, and maybe more importantly today than ever before, and remain engaged in the world. That perspective has defined his presidency and is one that is helping to shape the conversation, the needed conversation about Europe's future. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in welcoming the President of the French Republic, Emmanuel Macron.
Thank you very much, Lai, for your words. Your Majesties, distinguished heads of state and governments, President Lagarde, ministers, ambassadors, business leaders, ladies and gentlemen. I'm extremely happy to be here, and it's great to be here, as the Financial Times would say. And it's a time of peace, stability, and predictability. So let's try to address the key challenge of this world in a few minutes' time. But it's clear that we are reaching a time of instability, of imbalances, both from the security and defense point of view and the economic point of view. Look at the situation where we are. I mean, a shift towards autocracy against democracy, more violence, more than 60 wars in 2024, an absolute record, even if I understood a few of them were fixed. And conflict has become normalized, hybrid, expanding into new domains, space, digital, information, cyber, trade, and so on. It's as well a shift towards a world without rules, where international law is trampled underfoot, and where the only law that seems to matter is that of the strongest, and imperial ambitions are resurfacing. Obviously, the Russian war of aggression against Ukraine, which will enter into its 4th year next month, and conflicts continue in the Middle East and across Africa. This is as well a shift toward a world without effective collective governance, and where multilateralism is weakened by powers that obstruct it or turn away from it, and rules are undermined. And I can multiply the examples of international bodies weakened or left by the key economies. And when we look at the situation, it's clearly a very concerning time, because we are killing the structure where we can fix the situation and the common challenges we have. Without collective governance, cooperation gives way to relentless competition. Competition from the United States of America through trade agreements that undermine our export interests, demand maximum concessions, and openly aim to weaken and subordinate Europe, combined with an endless accumulation of new tariffs that are fundamentally unacceptable, even more so when they are used as leverage against territorial sovereignty. And competition from China, where massive excess capacities or distortive practices threaten to overwhelm entire industrial and commercial sectors. Export control has become more dangerous new tools, destabilizing global trade and the international system. And the answer, in order to fix this issue, is more cooperation and building new approaches. And it's clearly building more economic sovereignty and strategic autonomy, especially for the Europeans, which is for me the core answer. In this context, I want to exclude two approaches. The first approach would be to, I would say, to passively accept the law of the strongest, leading to vassalization and bloc politics. I think accepting a sort of new colonial approach doesn't make sense. And all the head of state and government and business leaders, which would be too complacent with such an approach, will take a huge responsibility. The second would be to adopt a purely moral posture, limiting ourselves to commentary. That path would condemn us to marginalization and powerlessness. Faced with the brutalization of the world, France and Europe must defend an effective multilateralism, because it serves our interests and those of all who refuse to submit to the rule of force. And for me, the two answers are, on one side, more sovereignty and more autonomy for the Europeans, on the other side, an efficient multilateralism to deliver results through cooperation. Obviously, France and Europe are attached to national sovereignty and independence, to the United Nations and to its charter. And it's not an old-fashioned way to live multilateralism. It's just not to totally forget what we learned from the Second World War and remain committed to cooperation. And this is also because of those principles that we have decided to join the mutual exercise in Greenland without threatening anyone, but just supporting an ally and another European country, Denmark. Facing this order and this new situation, this year France holds the G7 presidency with a clear ambition: to restore the G7 as a forum for frank dialogue among major economies and for collective and cooperative solutions. Trade wars, protectionist escalation, races towards overproduction will only produce losers. This is why addressing global economic imbalances is our key priority. And if we look at the situation, the current imbalances are due to some key phenomena, and we all have to deliver our own agenda. This includes American overconsumption, Chinese underconsumption and overinvestment, and European underinvestment and lack of competitiveness. And these imbalances are also reflected in development gaps, by the way, and we can no longer settle for aid that neither delivers sufficient results nor enables countries to escape poverty. So our objective through the G7 is to demonstrate that the world's major powers are still capable of reaching a shared diagnosis of the global economy and committing to concrete actions. Cooperating is not about blaming others. It is about assuming one's share of responsibility and contributing to solutions. So the objective of this G7 will be to build this framework of cooperation in order to fix the roots of these imbalances and restore efficient convergence and cooperation through multilateral frameworks. And the other objective is as well to build bridges and more cooperations with the emerging countries, the BRICS and the G20, because the fragmentation of this world would not make sense. Here, this point is for, I would say, the global agenda and how we see our G7 agenda. On the other side, we have the European answer. And for me, Europe clearly has to fix its key issues: the lack of growth, the lack of GDP per capita growth, and the three pillars of our strategy in order to deliver more sovereignty, more efficiency and more growth would be based on protection, simplification and investment. Because the diagnosis is well known, European competitiveness still lags behind that of the US, and in the current global order, facing precisely the Chinese approach, we have to react. So first, protection. Protection doesn't mean protectionism. But today's Europeans are too naive. This is the unique market open to everybody without checking level playing field. Nobody can access the Chinese market as people are accessing the European market for sure. But even if you take the US and a lot of other countries, the level of protection does exist for investment and trade. And the Europeans are the only one not to protect their own companies and their own markets when the other countries doesn't respect level playing field. This is why we have to be much more realistic if we want to protect our chemical industry, our industry, from the automotive sectors to a lot of others, because they are being literally killed by the lack of respect of a normal framework and level playing field. Europe has very strong tools now, and we have to use them when we are not respected and when the rules of the game are not respected, by the way. The anti-coercion mechanism is a powerful instrument, and we should not hesitate to deploy it in today's tough environment. We must also advance the principle of European preference. There is a North American preference in your market. There is no European preference today. We are progressively creating it, and in the latest documents and decisions taken by the decisions, we do have the first examples of that, but this is extremely good. And we are currently aligning closely with Germany to deliver an ambitious and simple framework. And this is a decisive project, and I count on the European Commission to present a proposal as well by early 2026 with the highest possible level of ambition in order to deliver, I would say, across the different sectors, the principle of European preference. This is a necessity. We must act on imports as well regarding this protection issue. And in the context of escalating trade tensions and Asian overcapacities, Europe must strengthen its trade defence instruments, including mirror measures to enforce the regulatory standards, and we must improve the quality and added value of foreign direct investments, targeting projects with strong export potential. And this is core for the rebalancing with China. China is welcome, but what we need is more Chinese foreign direct investment in Europe, in some key sectors, to contribute to our growth, to transfer some technologies, and not just to export towards Europe some devices or products which sometimes don't have the same standards or are much more subsidized as the one being produced in Europe. It's not being protectionist, it's just restoring this level playing field and protecting our industry. So from safeguard clauses to mirror clauses to European preferences and incentives for more FDIs, this strategy is absolutely key. And in parallel, protecting our economies will also require a resilient strategy on both imports and exports to de-risk supply chains, particularly for raw materials, rare earths, semiconductors, chips, and to diversify our trade partners. The second pillar of the European economy and the European strategy should be simplification. And when I speak about simplification, we started with CSRD, CSDDD, and we have to do much more on different sectors, and we did it during the past few weeks on automotive, and we have to do it on chemical, digital, AI, banking, and so on. And the core of this simplification is sometimes to get rid of some recent regulations when they desynchronize in a certain way the European Union in comparison with the rest of the world. But we have as well to accelerate the deepening of the single market. On all these sectors, the 450 million inhabitants and consumers market should be the domestic market of all the EU companies. It's not yet the case as long as you have complexities. In doing so, we must ensure respect technological neutrality and non-discrimination within the European Union. This is another pillar, another point of simplification. Neutral approach in terms of technology and non-discrimination. We discriminate during such a long time between the different sources of energies. It's counterproductive for the Europeans themselves. Companies have a role to play, and we must act, and you must act. And clearly, you must help identify and concretely help us to simplify where it is needed. But for me, this agenda of simplification is not a matter of discussion, but just implementation, speed and scale. The third pillar of the European strategy for more competitiveness and more autonomy is based on investment and innovation. We have to invest much more. If there is a GDP per capita so different between the US and Europe, 65% to 70% of the explanation is due to the difference in terms of innovation. And the US was much more innovative because of public and private investment. So in our budget for the months to come, because we will negotiate during the years, this year in Europe, we have to invest much more money in the critical sectors where the innovation will be made. AI, quantum, green tech, but as well defense and security. The size of our common budget is not the right one. We have to invest much more money in order to be much more credible and accelerate this innovation agenda. But at the same time, if you look at the situation, we don't have sufficient private investment, and this is one of the main differences. We do have the savings as the Europeans, much more than the US, by the way, but this saving is overinvested in bonds and sometimes in equities, but outside Europe. So this is why the top priority should be securitization program. It is prepared, we have to accelerate the implementation. And second, capital market union. Precisely in order to have more integration and simplification, but to have an efficient capital market union in order to invest much more money and use our savings to be invested on innovation and equity in Europe. This agenda for me is our top priority, both the global and the European one. And it is to be implemented in the months to come, because everything is about acceleration. And France is committed to deliver this agenda. We work very closely with our key partner. And at the same time, our objective for France is to stabilize our results and our macro approach, and to remain the highly attractive country we are. We've been the most attractive country of Europe during the past 6 years, and to consolidate our deep structural reforms and our key advantage. And on top of the business framework we have, I want here to insist on the fact that we have a competitive, stable, low-carbon electricity supply. We exported last year 90 terawatt-hours of electricity, and a low-carbon one, based on our nuclear model. We have world-class innovation and research capabilities, and we will improve them. And we have one of the most vivid an active ecosystem in AI, quantum computing, energy transition, etc., and a lot of the startups and unicorns and large caps of these sectors are with me in my delegation today. And on top of that, let me insist, and I will stop here, on the fact that we have a high-quality infrastructure and large market with strong purchasing power. And we have a place where rule of law and predictability is still the rule of the game. And my guess is that it is largely underpriced by the market. And beyond what you can do in terms of investment, what you can do in terms of strong ambitions, having a place like Europe, which sometimes is too slow, for sure, and needs to be reformed, for sure, but which is predictable, loyal, and where you know that the rule of the game is just the rule of law, it's a good place. And I think this is a good place for today and for tomorrow. So we will be committed during 2026 to try to deliver this global agenda in order to fix global imbalances through more cooperations. And we will do our best in order to have a stronger Europe, much stronger, and more autonomous, based on the pillars I just mentioned, and based as well, and we can revert in the dialogue, but on more investment and commitments on defense and security, because we have to invest much more and invest much more. Because we do believe, and here in the epicenter of this continent, we do believe that we need more growth, we need more stability in this world, but we do prefer respect to bullies, we do prefer science to plotism, and we do prefer rule of law to brutality. You're welcome in Europe, and you are more than welcome to France.
What I'd really like to ask you is, how's your last few days been? But importantly, though, you framed out an economic direction for France and for Europe. If you had to prioritize to transform France and Europe as fast as possible, you close saying, yes, we are slow, yes, but what can we do right now to really accelerate it, to broaden the economies across Europe, that we have more participants? Is there any one silver bullet that you could do to really accelerate that type of growth?
I don't think there is one silver bullet, but I think on the very short run, given the situation in some critical sectors, I think the European preference is a necessity because we are desynchronized with the others. And the second one is clearly a big bunch of simplifications. The 28th regime, which is being prepared by the Commission, and the deepening of the single market is key. And this is why I insisted on capital market union. I think if we deliver European preference and capital market union, here are two game changers.
Well, you know, I've been talking about the capital market union in Europe as one of the major hindrances compared to the U.S. And so, yes, but I do believe, as we witnessed starting last year, and we're starting to see it accelerate this year, you're starting to see more international flows coming back to Europe. And so that is beginning, and so I do believe that will accelerate. But in terms of priorities, if you had to tell the Commission, what should they be more swift in terms of transforming Europe faster, so it can compete with the U.S., compete with Europe, and exceed China and Europe, China and the U.S.?
Look, I think this is the discussion we have clearly with the Commission. We'll have an informal summit in February focused on this topic. Everything was largely drafted by both Letta and Draghi's reports and is well known. I think the difference is that Draghi was before China surpluses vis-à-vis Europe. I mean, we should not underestimate the fact that 2025, for the very first time,
$1 trillion.
Yeah, China has such a surplus vis-à-vis the rest of the world, 1/3 vis-à-vis the US, 1/3 Europe, 1/3 the rest of the world.
But it was $1 trillion. It was bigger than any other time.
Yeah, and for the first time, the deficit between Germany and China was a trade deficit for Germany. And this is a game changer for Europe. So this is why, clearly for me, we have to fix this issue. And second, it's about the tariffs. So if I have to tell you what could change the game and our approach for all of us in the year to come, for me it would be a bunch of simplification with all this omnibus package for the Commission, sector by sector, European preference, capital market union, and dismantling of the tariff between US and Europe. Because in such a context, what doesn't make sense is to have tariffs between allies.
Right.
We have to fix the war in Ukraine. We have to help the Ukrainians to resist and find a sustainable peace. We have to fix prosperity in democracies. I mean, it doesn't make sense to have tariffs and be divided, and even to threaten now with additional tariffs. We can use the crazy thing is that we can be put in a situation to use the anti-coercion mechanism for the very first time vis-à-vis the US if they put additional tariffs. Can you imagine that? This is crazy. This is, I do regret that. But this is a consequence of just unpredictability and useless aggressivity. So what we have to do is to remain very calm, all of us. We have such an agenda with so many opportunities and so many challenges. So let's be focused on peace in Europe. Everybody should be focused to help the Ukrainians to have a sustainable peace. Level playing field and fixing the issues and these imbalances with China, because it's an issue for the Europeans and the Americans. And third, let's be focused on more competitiveness in Europe and this big acceleration, full stop.
Throughout the sessions today, and I think during the week, AI is going to be the dominant conversation. And the question is, how does AI develop in Europe? I know there was one conversation already being held on that. What is your vision of AI for France specifically?
Look, we are a strong believer, and 1 year ago we organized this AI summit in Paris, and we are one of the most vibrant ecosystems in Europe. We're really
not in a recession, so 6.9%, calendar year 2025, 5.4%. I have called for getting that number down to 3% by the end of President Trump's term, and I think we're on the way.
So you've been using that tariff money to pay down the deficit then?
It feeds into the general account, and it's been a big part of it. And again, last year, the U.S. 10-year bond was down about 40 basis points. I believe France was up about 40 or 50, Germany was up 50 or 60. U.S. bond market had its best performing year since 2020. And again, back to your point that after liberation,
scientists, mathematicians, and so on, and we are increasing our training programs and our capacities, and we have several hubs being identified, and we have a critical ecosystem with LLM champions, but as well we have a startup on AI and quantum, I don't forget them, which are extremely present in all these different fields. One of the best evidence of the attractiveness and this vibrant ecosystem is that Jan LeCun when he decided to leave Meta and set up his own company, established it in France, a few weeks ago, which is for me a good evidence.
Big win.
A big win, and we will do our best to help him to work. This is a global company, but incorporated in France and established in France with these talents. So we have all these assets. But what is important for me now is to invest, to help all the startups and the companies in this sector to do much more and to increase, but to do my best in order to make sure that their domestic market is the EU market and not just the French one.
Right.
And when we speak about strengthening the single market, this is this point. And this is a game changer, because it means your domestic market is not just 68 million inhabitants, but 450 million. It's super important.
And it's important for Europe to have that unified grid, which it does not have yet.
Exactly.
So, for the remaining time, is there any one message that you really want to push over the course of your remaining term that really will resonate, not just resonate for France, but resonate for the world?
Look, I really believe that we are in these very challenging times, and you mentioned some of these challenges in your speech. I did in mind, and unhappily we were even not totally complete. Mm-hmm. And at the same time, we see the level of investment in this world, in the current environment, and the ongoing revolution. This level of investment has no comparison with what happened during the past years, not to say decades. So my main message would be, let's not be shy. Let's not be divided. Let's not accept a global order which will be decided by those who claim to have I would say, the bigger voice or the bigger stick or the bigger one. I don't know. But let's focus on just common interests and common challenges. We know what we have to fix: growth, peace, climate. And we should not forget climate in this current agenda. We want peace, we want growth, we want climate. And investment, innovation, everything should be dedicated to fix these three issues. And in order to fix these three issues, let's focus on the key investments, the key innovation, but our ability to cooperate as well. And let's be clear, Davos was founded for restoring a global discussion, having a global discussion between business leaders, but as well governments and so on. A global discussion is a discussion where everybody is respected and where you provide an improvement and a way forward for every place and every people in this world. This is the only way to make it sustainable. And I think this is the right way to do. And even if this is less present in the global debate today, we should focus much more on this approach. More cooperation, and let's focus on our key challenge to deliver peace, prosperity, and decarbonization of our economies for our fellow citizens. This is our duty. As business leaders, as head of states and governments, and we have everything in order to deliver this agenda. Just let's be coordinated. Let's not waste time with crazy ideas. Let's not open Pandora box or new topics. And it's not a time for new imperialism or new colonialism. This is a time of cooperation in order to fix these three global challenges for our fellow citizens. Full stop.
We ran out of time. I want to thank the President of the Republic of France, Emmanuel Macron, for his wisdom, but most importantly, for your humanity and your leadership.
Thank you, Larry. Thank you, Larry. I appreciate it.
that through my position on FSOC, the Financial Stability Oversight Council, and the 3 bank regulators, the Federal Reserve, the OCC, the FDIC, we have done a lot to deregulate banks. Their earnings are way up. More importantly, it has increased their lending capacity. Oliver Wyman's numbers, not mine, estimates that there's 2.5 trillion of extra lending capacity. The other thing that has been a focus of this administration and a focus of mine is small and community banks, because what happened after the great financial crisis, all the regulations from Dodd-Frank, we had too big to fail. But then with small banks, you were too small to succeed. This regulatory morass, we have lost more than 50% of the small and community banks. And they power small business lending, real estate lending, and ag lending. So we are trying to bring that back.
Yeah, it's a great point, because farmers really need the lending of these small community banks. Look, Secretary, I want to get your take overall on your thoughts on what you've done so far, because the president back last year, right after the inauguration, I sat down with the president and I asked him what he wants the economy to look like in 4 years when he's done. And he was very clear. He said he wants private enterprise to rule the day. 1 year later, you've taken a 10% stake in Intel. You've taken a stake in MP. Now, I know that these are national security issues. And the other day, the president told the defense contractors, don't pay dividends, don't buy back any of your stock. You need to be fulfilling what the country needs in terms of producing weapons. So what do you want to say to people who say, look, here is a so-called capitalist president and a Treasury Secretary, and yet it's not private enterprise running things. The president is telling the defense contractors what to do, and you've taken stakes in these companies.
A couple of things, Maria. I think the only good thing that came from COVID was it was a test run for what would happen if our supply chains were ever broken due to a kinetic war. So we saw that there are 5, 6, 7 key industries that we have to reshore. So everything you just said, rare earth magnets, we've got to get out from under China's grasp. The semiconductors, I would say that the single biggest threat to the world economy, the single biggest point of single failure, is that 97% of the high-end chips are made in Taiwan. If that island were blockaded, that capacity were destroyed, it would be an economic apocalypse. So we are reshoring the semiconductor industry to the U.S. With the defense contractors are no different than the systemically important banks. They exist, like the systemically important banks exist because of the backstop from the Fed, because of the regulations. And these defense contractors have let down the American people. They have let down the American people. They are 5, 6, 7 years behind on fulfillment of their contracts, and they exist because of the U.S. Department of War. So I do not think it is unreasonable to tell them that until further notice, you need to build more factories and buy back less stock. And by the way, Maria, these CEOs making $30, $50 million a year for failing the American people. So I don't see any discrepancy there. And it's, as you said, everything on your list is national defense. And so once they get to some normalized level of backlog, I don't know whether it's 2 years, 3 years, then we can talk about removing those restrictions.
So what you're saying is you want private enterprise to lead the day, but when it comes to national security, the government will be a shareholder.
And again, a lot of this isn't private. You know, we have seen what happens when the free markets get kind of perverted, because what happens with critical minerals, that several companies have tried to stand up critical minerals facilities in the U.S., and the Chinese come, lower price, undercut them, and then they're bankrupt. So we are going to put in a system, price floor, price ceilings, and when you talk about multilateralism and the U.S. leading, I just hosted at Treasury last Monday that G7++, so G7 plus Australia, plus India, plus Mexico, plus South Korea, and we are working at warp speed to create a critical minerals block where we can mine, process, and refine critical minerals, and China won't have this sword over our heads.
So how long do you think it will be until the United States is, in fact, independent in terms of the refinement of these minerals, independent in terms of oil, et cetera? I mean, I know that the U.S. is the largest producer anyway, but do you expect this year, next year, what's your timetable in terms of the U.S. not relying on China for these things?
Well, obviously for energy, we are independent. We're an energy superpower, and I would say 18 to 24 months. I went down about 2 months ago to my home state of South Carolina, and in South Carolina, for the first time in 25 years, there's a producer there who made rare earth magnets. So they are starting to come off the supply chain. They believe that within 2 years, they can fulfill most of the rare earth magnet needs for the U.S. And then we also want to help our allies because the supply chain is important.
Mm-hmm. Well, what do you want to say about sanctions, something else you've been working on, of course? What are you planning there in terms of Iran and the impact there? Do sanctions actually work? And the same question with regard to 500% secondary sanctions or tariffs on countries who purchase energy products from Russia.
Okay, so two things there. There are Treasury sanctions. And if you look at a speech that I gave at the Economic Club of New York last March, I said that I believe the Iranian currency was on the verge of collapse, that if I were an Iranian citizen, I would take my money out. President Trump ordered Treasury and our OFAC division, Office of Foreign Asset Control, to put maximum pressure on Iran, and it's worked. Because in December, their economy collapsed. We saw a major bank go under. The central bank has started to print money. There is a dollar shortage. They are not able to get imports, and this is why the people took to the street. So this is economic statecraft. No shots fired, and things are moving in a very positive way here. On the 500% tariffs on the buyers of Russian oil, that is a proposal that Senator Graham has in front of the Senate, and we will see whether that passes. We don't believe that President Trump needs that authority, that he can do it under IEEPA, but that the Senate wants to give him that authority. And just to be clear, that we have Europe buying Russian oil still 4 years later, they are financing the war against themselves. India started buying Russian oil after the conflict began, but President Trump put a 25% tariff on them, and India has geared down and has stopped buying Russian oil. And then 3, China is a very large buyer of Russian oil, as they are of Iranian oil, as they were of Venezuelan oil. But guess what, Maria? No more Venezuelan oil for them.
So would you treat China the same as the others in terms of buying Russian oil with regard to tariffs and sanctions?
Well, we'll see what happens with this Senate bill and with the Iranian oil. That'll be up to President Trump.
Secretary, what do you want to say about artificial intelligence and the idea that AI efficiencies will likely kill jobs? A lot of people are worried about jobs. Do we have a plan in the U.S. government right now in terms of job creation in the face of AI efficiency killing jobs?
Well, Maria, we are seeing the record factory groundbreakings. That's why President Trump wants to bring back these precision jobs to the U.S. And historically, every productivity boom has led to job growth. Now, can there be some toing and froing in terms of people changing professions? I can't remember what the number is. Maybe you know it. 50, 60% of the professions today didn't exist 30 years ago.
Well, it's a big number. technology.
It's a big number, but it's something we're very cognizant of. We haven't seen it in the numbers yet. I think that it could be very different than what we saw with the China shock. The China shock was a blue-collar phenomenon. My guess is the AI shock might be a white-collar phenomenon. We'll see.
Secretary, as we wrap up here, a moment ago, you said, look, you've been dealing with markets for a long time, your entire career. What do you think of markets today? I mean, the market has been rallying on the president's policy. Today, of course, we're seeing a sell-off. But do you think the markets are getting it right in terms of rallying on the president's policies going into this Davos meeting?
I try not to the extent I had success in the markets, it was not making short-term predictions. But I can tell you what has been very heartening for me. I don't have time to follow the markets as closely, but to the extent last year before, everyone said, oh, this is just Mag 7 stocks, it's not healthy. We've seen a big broadening out in the market. The Russell index of smaller cap stocks has outperformed. The S&P equal weight has outperformed. And I actually think that speaks to the economic recovery. We're seeing it across all sectors. Our friend Ed Hyman at ISI does these corporate surveys. Corporate surveys are the highest that they've been since June 22. And I think you're starting to see it in all sectors of the market. And the market follows the economy. And again, I just think that we have the best place in the world. Come, build your factory. You have tax certainty, you have regulatory certainty, and you have energy certainty.
And of course, deregulation. And that was one point that I wanted to make before we wrap up here, that Mario Draghi wrote a report 2 years ago about regulation in Europe and the fact that the largest market cap company in Europe is Novo Nordisk because of Ozempic, about $400 billion or so. And we just saw NVIDIA in the United States hit $5 trillion.
Well, clearly, Maria, the innovation, the change, and the ability to adapt is in the U.S. The U.S. is the innovation capital of the world. I don't think anything's going to change that. I was just asked in another meeting by some business leaders, what advice would you give to Europe? And I said I would operationalize the Draghi report, because the EU was supposed to cut down on red tape, but it is logarithmically increased it. When I talk to tech executives, they will tell me it is easier doing business in China than the EU.
Wow.
That's not a great stat. I had a European businessman come to see me the other day. He said, Secretary Bessent, it took me 3 days to get an appointment with the White House and with you. It took me 90 days to get an appointment with Ursula von der Leyen, and we are one of the largest employers in Europe. So there's just a different mindset here, and I think the mindset has got to change. It's got to change to a growth mentality, and that's President Trump's invitation is we are growing, we're deregulating, and come and join us. The U.S. is going to host the G20 meeting next year, and on the finance track, we have identified the greatest financial risk as a lack of growth, because post-COVID, every government balance sheet has ballooned, and we have this gigantic government debt. There are two ways. You can either cut your way out of it through austerity, no voter wants that, or you can grow your way out of it. So we are inviting the world, come grow with us, prosper with us, and we can all do it together.
Secretary, thank you very much.
Good.
U.S. Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent, thank you so much.
Thanks, Maria.
abolition was not enough. He argued that the United States needed tariffs to counteract the effects of abusive labor and other practices around the world. He attacked the colonialism of European empires like Britain, France, and Spain. He explained that the United States needed to protect its workers from having to compete against abusive regimes that did not value the dignity of the people that they ruled. And he argued that we had to have this to avoid a race to the bottom, echoing many themes we hear today. Of course, the Union won the Civil War, and they took Kerry's advice. America raised its tariffs on the world, and economic development surged even faster. And by 1913, U.S. per capita, am I on the right one? Yeah, there we go. U.S. per capita industrial output was the greatest in the world, 10% greater than that of the UK, and 600% larger than it was in 1860. According to one study, American industrial production soared by over 1,000% between 1860 and 1910. However, this growth did come
if everything goes okay. I think another mission to fulfill what you're saying is to reduce the level of expenses of the government in a useless manner. We need to invest. We need to produce employment. We have to make our country safe, precisely for what you say. How can you invest in a country with completely unstable? It doesn't go together. So I think that governments and we that are leading our countries have to be very conscious and address the funds, the public funds, to the areas in which we can help the people in a very integral way. It's not making politics with public funds. That's the most easy way of doing politics. Taking money and giving to the people. That's not the way I'm doing. Investing the public budget needs to have a good component of investment in social things, social areas. I think that brings stability. We have to recover our credibility. The politicians are very low in credibility for many reasons. So we have to regain the credibility of the people that we are doing what we are doing for them, not for me, for them.
So I'll take education in the long term, but in a year, if we meet again, it would be responsible spending. The finance minister was, I think, rolling his eyes a little bit, so it's up to him in many ways. President Noboa.
Youth occupation. We need to check on the tornado chart of our population. South America is very young. In the case of Ecuador, 40% of the people are between 14 and 35. So is again, look at the population, of policy for that population, easier access to jobs, technical schools, trade schools, and of course, education. But it's not as simple as that. Is to follow up and to help that young man or woman to find a better life. It's not only give them the education, find them a job, find them meaning, help them find meaning for themselves, and give them hope. Give them hope that they're going to live as well or better than their parents.
It goes back to the shame and pride equation that we were talking about. Nair Woods.
I agree with President Noboa. The most important is that governments actually set out a strategy, a vision that gives their citizens hope. In too many countries, politicians are saying, we've got to manage the mess that our predecessors made, we've got to manage our international relations with the superpowers, and they're failing to set out a strategy of where the country can go that actually gives their young people hope and a sense that they'll have a future. I also wanted to pick up on President Noboa's point about illicit flows, because that will crucify the ability to do a strategy. And the single most important thing for me is crypto. Because I sat here in Davos last year listening to security chiefs and financial controllers talking about, as the global economy goes crypto, governments, regulators, integrity organizations lose all control of illicit funding. And I think that's something that we should come back to next year.
Absolutely. 30 seconds here.
So let me concentrate on the regional aspect, because I agree with education, illicit law. From a regional perspective, in a year, if we have agreements like the EU, Mercosur, that is actually starting to implement, if I see the region having more agreements between Central America or between North and Central or South connection, if I see more of that actually being implemented, I think it's a good step forward.
Wonderful job in doing it in 25 seconds. Thank you so much. This year's theme in Davos is the spirit of dialogue, and I think we see that as an aspiration, and the only way that we can make that happen is through conversations that matter. I really hope this conversation mattered to you and it was of your interest. I appreciate President Noboa, President Mulino, Nair Woods, and Ian Goldschmidt for their time and for their incredible insights. Thank you so much and have a wonderful day.
To oil and gas as Iraq, but you're so right. I think there is a lot of resources. Of course, there's still humanitarian situations in Iraq, but you know, I think there is also a lot of corruption in the country.
That's you know, corruption unfortunately is a plague that's eating a lot of government, unfortunately.
Yemen, do you want to talk about that?
Well, look, Yemen, our policy has been very clear from the beginning. We support the legitimacy there in Yemen. We support, you know, the right of the Yemenis to decide on their own future. And I believe that what has been achieved already many years ago in the national dialogue was a good model for the Yemenis that everyone has embraced. Unfortunately, it wasn't implemented, and it led us to a situation where there are, you know, some groups feeling that separation is the solution, and others, they don't see it this way. I believe, you know, at the end of the day, it's the core and the decision of the Yemeni people, but as a policy for the state of Qatar, we remain supporting the legitimacy. We would like to see Yemen staying united, and we would like to see the outcomes of the national dialogue that all the Yemenis agreed to be implemented, and to see if this will satisfy the needs of the Yemeni people or not.
So Qatar has done a lot in peace and reconciliation. Do you think there is any way in Yemen to also mainstream the Houthis and get them part of a plan for a future that is inclusive and stable?
Well, our perspective that you cannot exclude any part of any society, that Houthis or others, they are all part of this Yemeni social fabric, and they need to find a solution how they can coexist together. That's why I go back to the outcome of the national dialogue, which actually addressed most of the concerns of each and every group in Yemen. I think that that is key for the stability of Yemen and for the future. And everyone can play a positive role. And stable Yemen means stable GCC, stable Gulf, stable Arabian Peninsula. And stable Arabian Peninsula, it means also a stable region. And that's, I always, reiterate the importance of this is the right moment for all of us to come together and to start talking very openly and, candidly about our security concerns, and try to put together a security architecture where we feel really protected and safeguarded.
We started the discussion, Prime Minister, with the geopolitics. And the geopolitics do look more complicated now than it did in Davos last year. We maybe didn't think that was possible, but I think that's a reality. But what is surprising is that, IMF came out with their growth numbers yesterday or the day before, and now it's 3.3% economic growth expected this year. So the economy is very, very resilient, and trade is growing, but what is fueling this is also the investments in the artificial intelligence. So how do you explain this? Why the global economy is so resilient and has already kind of adapted to the new realities of geopolitics? It's like water. It finds its way?
It's not, okay, it adapts eventually, but it's not, right now, it's not about the adaptation. It's more about what, the effects of this geopolitical turmoil didn't reach yet, those economic numbers that you are seeing until now. And I believe that any geopolitical complication globally that we are seeing today, we are going to see the effects and the consequences in maybe not today, but in a year or two time. Yes, there is a big growth that's happening in the technology and artificial intelligence that's driving this global growth. But if you are going to look at across sectors, there are areas which have been affected because of this geopolitical situation.
And for Qatar, we know you so well as the foreign minister, and you have been through different phases as foreign minister. Has not been the easiest job, but you've done it so well that the Emir also made you prime minister. So you're also in charge of the economy. And, when we have the privilege to visit Doha and Qatar, we see so much development and investments. How do you find your path now? Because UAE has its path, and Saudi Arabia has its path. Where do you see Qatar differentiating itself, and where will we see the economic growth coming in the years to come? I was at the meeting earlier today where Finance Minister Jadaan of Saudi Arabia said that now 56% of their economy is not based on oil, and that has happened in a decade under the leadership of the Crown Prince.
Well, actually, look, I think that if you look at Qatar economy, there is a rapid growth that we see year on year. Now, we have registered the growth this year around 2.9%, and we are expecting this growth to accelerate because of the expansion of the LNG, which will make our diversification job very more challenging because of the increase in the gas production.
But it's still a good thing.
It is. It is.
Also for the world, I guess.
It is actually. I think it's an outstanding thing, and I believe that if you look at Qatar, Qatar is uniquely positioned when it comes to the energy and the supply of LNG, which will remain a base load. That all this revolution that you see in the AI and in technology will require to power, their data centers and to power this compute that they will need. So Qatar is at the center of this progress and development that's happening. Second, our diversification agenda has been moving in the right direction. We are more than 60% now non-hydrocarbon GDP, and we are looking forward to grow it further. We see the numbers in foreign direct investments increasing in a very good progress. We see the inflation below 1% and managed with all this growth that's ongoing. We believe that energy is our strength, is our power. We believe that diversification is our resilience, and we believe that technology is the future. Packaging all those together, I think Qatar have a great path forward, and I believe that what we are going to see in the next few years, you will see Qatar has been already very well known in establishing multinational companies and global brands like Qatar Airways or QMB or we have around 44 global brands that Qatar has invested in and established. And what we are looking for is really to double down on our national champions and expand this number. So hopefully this year, we will have some good news about some platforms to encourage these national champions to be more globally, to be more global players.
No, really impressive. I would have loved to continue the conversation, but we also have limited time. It's always a great pleasure, Sheikh Mohammed, Prime Minister of Qatar, to both have you in Davos, but also to listen to your insights. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
of start with the public policy issues that are on everyone's minds right now that bear directly on the issue of sovereignty and interdependence. And I'm going to turn, with your permission, to Secretary Lutnick to give us maybe an insight, an explanation. I think a lot of people are looking at Davos to see and to try and better understand the mindset of the Trump administration. Speaking to you earlier on, it's the first time I've had the privilege of meeting you. I've seen you on TV a lot. In person, the impression is even more overwhelming. Of, on the one hand, kind of extraordinarily ebullient, dynamic.
That was in a nice way, Howard.
Dynamic. These are good words. These are all good. I'm coming to a different tone in a second. But, like, initially, it's this just extraordinary ebullience, dynamism. You were saying you've sealed deals for $1.5 trillion in jobs and investment into the United States.
Yes.
And then you said, and this is where the tone shifts, you've got to understand, I'm the hammer. These were your words. I'm the hammer. Because the people I'm dealing with know that unless they deliver the kind of investments I'm looking for, I'm coming with 100% tariffs. And that duality, I think, between the dynamism, the constructiveness, the forcefulness of the American state, which was, after all, also something many of us saw in the Biden administration, and this element of threat, is what many of Davos are actually trying to come to terms with. Because this is, to say the least, unfamiliar. And when it moves from the zone of economic policy to the question that is directly under the subtitle of our talk today, which is sovereignty, and we're talking about the territory of Greenland, and it's coupled so directly to tariffs, it's a fundamental shock to the system. You can read it off the faces and the rhetoric of every single European politician and business person I've spoken to while we've been here, and we're also getting reactions from around the world in similar tones. So I really wanted to ask you to help us understand, not in a sense what your motivations are, because I get it, like you want Greenland, it makes sense. You're proud Americans, you're advocates of President Trump's policy. What I struggle more with is how you imagine others react to this. I mean, if you put yourself in the position of your Danish counterpart, who's a proud Dane and a loyal executor of the Danish government's position, how do you envision this going, how does this go down?
Well, I think you should start at a much higher level.
Okay.
We are in Davos at the World Economic Forum. And the Trump administration and myself, we are here to make a very clear point. Globalization has failed the West and the United States of America. It's a failed policy. It is what the WEF has stood for, which is export, offshore, far shore, find the cheapest labor in the world, and the world is a better place for it. The fact is, it has left America behind. It has left the American workers behind. And what we are here to say is that America First is a different model, one that we encourage other countries to consider, which is that our workers come first. We can have policies that impact our workers. Sovereignty is your borders. You're entitled to have borders. You shouldn't offshore your medicine. You shouldn't offshore your semiconductors. You shouldn't offshore your entire industrial base and have it be hollowed out beneath you. You should not be dependent for that which is fundamental to your sovereignty on any other nation. And if you're going to be dependent on someone, it darn well better be your best allies. Okay? And so that is a different way of thinking. It is completely different than the WEF. I viewed the WEF as not a flagpole in the middle, but in fact, they are the flag. Whichever way the wind blew, so it blew. You should have solar, you should have wind. Why are you going to do solar and wind? Why would Europe agree to be net zero in 2030 when they don't make a battery? They don't make a battery. So if they go 2030, they are deciding to be subservient to China, who makes the batteries. Why would you do that? Why would the United States of America, which has oil and natural gas, try to convert to all electricity. China does not have oil and natural gas. Electricity and electric cars make perfect sense to them. That is practical and logical. So the point I want to make, and I want people to think about, is that America First is the job of our government to take care of our workers, to make sure their lives are better for it. And then, don't be America alone, right? But be America First. And I would suggest that policy is something for other countries to deeply consider, to take care of their own, and then we will work out wonderful relationships between us. But I want to point out, when America shines, the world shines. Close your eyes and think of a world without America in it. It becomes pretty dark, pretty darn quickly. When America shines, right? And everyone said, oh, you're going to do all these tariffs, you're going to destroy the world. The world's stock markets are up. Which ones of them? All of them.
Can I bring you back to Greenland?
No. It's unnecessary. It's the Western Hemisphere is vital for the United States of America. Our national security people are on it, and they care about it, and I'm going to leave it to them to address with our allies, with our friends, and with everyone how they work it out. But the Western Hemisphere matters to the United States of America, and the United States of America, as I've just articulated, really, really matters to the world. When America shines, the world shines, because they all need to make sure America is strong and powerful to take care of them, God forbid. And so I think America and the Western Hemisphere are vital to America, and I'm going to leave that to my national security people to address.
Right. The rest of us, I think, are finding it harder to make that kind of separation clearly. And I would be curious to know how the representatives of the UK and Canada might want to think about these issues. Do you see them as starkly divided, as Secretary Lucknick would like us to have them? Does this logic of what's good for America is good for the world convince in this extraordinarily strong, extremely eloquent expression that we've just heard?
You go first.
Thank you. Thanks, Francois-Philippe.
We're friends.
So I'm very struck by and taken by the idea of putting your own country first and considering your own security and resilience. I think it's about 3 years ago now that I gave a speech where I coined the term securonomics, which is all about building security and resilience in your economy. And the days when it didn't matter where things were made and who made them were in the past. And that's become increasingly clear since the pandemic, when we were over-reliant on PPE and medicines from abroad. And then again when Russia invaded Ukraine because of what happened to oil and gas prices. I guess for an economy like the UK, the way in which we will pursue our national interest is going to be different from the way in which the US pursues theirs. You are a much bigger economy, and we can't do everything on our own, nor should we try to, because we'd end up doing nothing well. But we do have real strengths in the UK, in our defence sector, in life sciences, in business and financial services. But we do rely on our allies as well, and even a country as big and as strong as America also relies on its allies. And I guess the sort of area where I think that we do need to sort of continue that dialogue between countries that share each other's values is how we can work together in our mutual interests to advance our values in a very unstable and uncertain world. And you know, if you say, could you picture the world without the US and what would the world be like? Yeah, the world would be a lot poorer and it would be a lot scarier. But you've also got a lot of allies around the world. In the United States, Britain, I hope, I believe, is your strongest ally. Always has been,
to do a
and
deal
always
with us,
will
and we
be.
love you. We do. We do.
Thank you very much. Feeling is mutual, but we do need to think about where the threats are and who our friends are. And I think that's probably more stark for smaller economies, But even for the US, when you think about, I was in the States, as you know, last week for a meeting of G7 plus a few other finance ministers to talk around critical minerals. Now, you do have some reserves of critical minerals, but not everything you need. 90% of your critical minerals at the moment come from the US, from China. You need to wean yourself off those. Sure. Yeah, but you won't be able to do that without the help of Canada and Australia and other countries. And so for all of your strengths, we do also need to think how we can preserve some of the things that the US has benefited from in the NATO alliance and the Western alliance, not because it is the benevolent or the right thing to do, but because I profoundly believe it is in your country's national interest. The other thing I just wanted to say, Adam, in terms of sort of building security and resilience, but for my country, it's about our industrial strategy, where we're really focusing on these sectors where we are really good. We're not going to be a semiconductor superpower in the UK. That's not realistic.
So it's
but
things
we've
like
got friends.
biotech.
Yeah, life sciences, biotech, financial services, which is obviously absolutely crucial for financing things like the exploration for critical minerals and the extraction of those critical minerals. We've got real strength with the London Metal Exchange in London, for example. But although we have some reserves of lithium and tungsten, we're not going to be a big global supplier of critical minerals. So we have strengths. Defence is another one. And our trade strategy is also around our security and resilience, where we are trying, and this is different from the US approach, I absolutely acknowledge that, we are trying to reduce barriers to trade. You know, we've done trade deals this year with you, with India, with Korea, and we're also reducing trade barriers with the EU. There's more that we want to do together between the UK and Canada. We regard it in our national interest to reduce the cost of living for people in Britain, but also providing more opportunities for businesses in the UK to then export around the world. And, you know, energy security is important to us as well. We do have some reserves of North Sea oil and gas, and they will be important for many decades to come, but we are a net importer of oil and gas. We do have, because of the shallow waters in our seas, big opportunities around wind technology. We don't have what you have in the US, and so we've got to find our own way to boost our energy security, and we strongly believe that renewables is a really important part of that mix, as is nuclear. There hasn't been sufficient investment in nuclear for a long time. We've signed off Sizewell C, big nuclear reactor, as well as small modular reactors in North Wales. So, you know, that security for us is around energy security, our security through our industrial strategy and our trade strategy as well. So I think a lot of shared analysis of what the problem is. The solution is going to be different in every country, but what I would urge Howard and others in the administration just to think of is how your allies can also help you achieve your objectives, which I think are in your national interest, as well as helping all of the Western world to thrive.
Can I begin, Mr.
Sure. Well, listen, it's a real pleasure to be with Howard and obviously Rachel and colleagues. I like the way Howard started. You know, it's the worker first and how we rebuild industrialization. And you're right. You know, you've been looking at that. And I think today, and I chaired 10 meetings of the finance minister of the G7, perhaps last year, with Rachel and Scott and others to try to figure out, you know, the way forward. And one thing, and goes back to Howard, I think that the world see a better, clearer nexus between food security, energy security, economic security, and national security. I can tell you as finance minister, I've never talked as much about national security as we did before, for some of the reason that Howard was mentioning. You know, we've become too reliant and less resilient. So how do we build resilience in the system? I think has been a significant thing. And nostalgia is never a good strategy. You know, I keep saying we're entering the second quarter of the 21st century. And the next 25 years and beyond is not going to be like the last 25. So you cannot look at the past to try to chart the future. And I'd say the 3S, which I call the speed, scope, and scale of change, is quite unprecedented. You know, some would say you have to go back to 1945, the fall of the Berlin Wall. It's everything. It's geoeconomic, geopolitics, supply chain. It's AI, it's quantum. It's a lot of things at the same time. And when you realize that, as we've done, is how do we, between partners, allies, and friends? You look at Canada, I mean, geography has made us partners, allies, and friends. We've been blessed by geography. We share the continent. We've been trading with each other. We've been exchanging. Actually, we're one of the biggest customers of the United States. We buy more from the U.S. than China, Japan, and the U.K. combined. So 2/3 of the United States of Canada is their first export market. So we've built that integration. But what Howard was making a point, and Rachel, is that within that, we also need to build more resilience in the system. You know, we had to do, for us, do a step change. How we're going to be, a major supplier in terms of critical minerals, in terms of energy, the things that will matter for the future. And what we need now is scope and scale. Because I think what we're facing now is a rupture point where we need to change the future together. And I would say, when I look at Canada, we're still a big magnet for talent. I mean, like the United Kingdom, Rachel and I were in Downing Street recently and looking at the talent piece. And if you can attract the right people, you're going to have the right economy, and you're going to have the right strategy, the right prosperity. The second thing I would say, you need strong industries. And I think that was the point of Howard. You need to make cars, you need to make ships, you need to make planes. You need to have that industrial base that is going to ensure your resiliency, whatever happened in this new world. And I'd say in terms of critical minerals, it's true with our G7 colleagues. We said we cannot let uncertainty become the new certainty. So how do we make sure that we improve the resilience in the system? And we've seen what other actors have been trying to do on critical minerals. So we need to learn from that. And we've said, let's have an initiative to make sure we'd be more resilient. And for us, it's about how can we be the best possible partners to our friend allies so that no one has a choke point when it comes to that. Yeah. The fourth thing I would say is around energy. I think that we have been for decades providing energy, but I think now we're stepping up in a big way. And I think it's a good thing because you want, and the point of Howard in the United States, they want partners to be resilient. They want partners to be, they're fighting for their own peace and for their workers, and I like it because we're all doing that, but we all need to do a bit more. And at the end, I would say when you're Canada, we have free trade with all the G7 colleagues. So I think we're in a unique position to work in a very concrete way to build the resilience in the system that I think, going back to the worker, the point of Howard, we're all going to be benefit if we're more resilient, if we're more coordinated in what we're doing, and realizing that each ally and partner can bring something to the table. Yeah. And that's what we're trying to build. If you're looking at the next quarter, that's really the wake-up call, I think, that we all receive and that we need to act upon.
Can I turn to our representatives from the private sector? Brian, ahead of time, we were talking about how, from your point of view, you think it's critical for countries to think about attracting foreign business. You were giving me a very interesting analysis of the way in which you thought that countries like Canada or the UK might be well advised to play this game of attracting foreign capital. We've heard the policy side. And then, Janet, I'd love to turn to you to get your global perspective on this.
So I think one thing Howard didn't mention also is the U.S. final demand is huge. And so the success of a company coming to the U.S. and doing something is there's going to be big final demand met. And the U.S. consumer in the first couple of weeks of January spent 7% more than they spent last January. We've raised our estimates for the U.S. economy from 2.6% GDP to 2.8%. We're bullish, and we think
it'll be higher. That's
net, Howard. So you got to, but with a 5 or 6% growth, frankly, which is a lot of activity. So we're bullish on that. But what I was saying earlier is that the tricky thing to figure out, and I've had discussions with Rachel and our colleagues over the years, is how you're the best place. If you're England, and she pointed out the financial services is a major industry for them, you have to think about how you're the best place for firms like ours to operate, who are not running retail banks and not running, so that they can go to the whole world out of that. And so we have New York, we have London, and then how do we go to the whole world? And the trick for a government is to figure out, I got to protect my people, I got to protect my tax base. What I don't need to do is get myself so involved to where I start to become more and more difficult. So if you take the environmental rules that have been beaten that for the last 5 or 6 years. I've had some interesting meetings here where we keep telling these aren't going to work, these aren't going to work in the EU, CRDD and all this stuff. Our point was not, you just make it unable to work. And even the capital rules in Basel III, which sound like we're codifying the world, the application of them created misery across the world. And so the idea, I think the when a country thinks about it, what our colleagues said here about protecting it, but it's how do you have the balance between being the best place for multinationals to come do business in our country, at the same time protecting our citizens and thing. And it's not by saying all the rules apply to the UK multinational that apply to a US multinational. You got to sit there and say, how do I tailor this thing to make it work? Which is a bit what Howard's saying. They're going to bring fabs here. We're not saying you have to become a US company to do it. They're building, this major fab. You talk about one up in Syracuse and et cetera. It's a foreign company, but they got to put it here so if the whatever hit the fan, you could cut it off and still own the means of production. That's because of that thing. There's other things you don't have to be quite so ardent about, for lack of a better term. So how does a country balance that sovereignty with that? Data is becoming a real problem. People want to say, if the data's in my country, it's okay. And you're saying, you know what? That just means you've taken all this worldwide system, which you want us to give you all these reports, information, and you started slicing it pieces. There's no value to the customer in that. There's no value to your citizens, your companies in that. You think there's incremental value, but let us explain, what do you really want? We can get it to you if you need it. But if you make us run separate systems, you've added cost to your people, because, by the way, the rest of the people are just run a common system. So it's data, it's information, employee practices, and all those things. And how do you become the best, and how do you think about that while protecting your citizens from big bad banks or protecting your citizens from taxpayer degradation, things like that?
That's truly fascinating. Janet, do you want to give us your...
So first, I'll just start with, we're a global organization, 400,000 people. We operate in about 150 countries and territories. And so, globalization for us has been there for a long time. And, you have to work, with how do you deal with local rules and regulations. It's no different than the financial services industry. Politics, economies, demographics, all different. And you've got to decide, what do you need to do to operate locally and then continue to be a well-connected global organization. And I think that's where companies, need more help than ever before. And so I think globalization is not going away. It's just becoming more complex. So we look at the landscape and, the geo strategy of companies has been elevated like we've never seen before in the last 2 years to be a board level conversation. 94% of our CEOs that we survey are really investing significant money to really games and scenario plan not one or two but 6 or 7 different scenarios because of the complexities that we're talking about here today. And resiliency you talked about, that's what's so important for these organizations. And just being here last year, where there was uncertainty, compared to this year, I think last year we saw a lot of companies kind of wait and see and, we'll take some time to see, how we pivot. I think now, our most sophisticated clients, they can't wait. So they're going to have to make some bets. They're going to have to make some investments. Some will work out, some won't. But, that paralysis is no longer an option and they're going to have to move forward.
Can I double down on that and ask both of you from the private sector whether you are seeing already, just expanding on the point you've just made, where is this tipping point coming? Like, when is the private sector, globally or in the US, where are you seeing the flows shift? Because I'm a policy wonk kind of person. I'm always talking up the story. The politicians have a stake in also, in some sense, talking up the story because you need programs. The visions of the Trump administration are astonishingly bold. And then what I'm always kind of with my economist hat on, I'm wondering, is this really happening? Like, is the shift in the flow really happening?
Just think about the ability to get a deal done. The ability to get a transaction done. The honest advice in, say, 2024 or something like that would have been to somebody offering up a $5 billion plus acquisition. Think twice, because this may never get approved. And what are you going to do to your company while you wait? Okay? That's completely changed. So last year, 25, was the second highest investment banking year of deals getting done. Absent the pandemic recovery year where every debt financing went crazy. So, and next year we think it's bigger. That means that you're unleashing the competitive forces of acquisitions and all the deployments and investments. So the capital markets are open, the financing's there. And so I think if we can keep enough certainty, to your point about that, just keep the rules clear enough. Well, these colleagues have to wrestle. National security is not, unless you're in the business of providing national security, is not something we all depend on, but not something we're going to add a lot of value to. But on the other hand, it creates economic activity we have to help finance. Okay, but the world's ready to go in a lot of ways, and so deals can get done and things like that. And what I encourage people is to move on the permitting side, move on the approval side, move on the deregulation side. There's a lot of a lot of fuel going in the tank right now on deregulation stuff that's still barely coming in the system across the UK and here and other places.
So in our pre-chat, you were saying de-emphasize the headline tariff wars thing, focus on the nuts and bolts, the non-tariff barriers, the things which enable stuff to get done.
These rules, which they're straightening out, hopefully, on environmental disclosure, require you to do things like, and we're just saying there's an ISSB that comes with set standards. We're happy to agree with those, and those are developed with business. The firms, the major firms developing, so business can do this, but if you do a lot more than this because you like X or Y, you are just adding barriers to us being able to operate with the facility to help your people get financing and access to capital.
Janet, this corresponds to your experience.
Absolutely. I mean, you look at, again, financial services regulation of our profession. We've got different standards for different companies listing different places. That's not helpful, right? We've got to get alignment and better consensus, again, to bring, more businesses to market and the like.
You want to come back in?
Well, I would say it's not a time to wait. It's a time to double down. I mean, listen, what we need, we were talking just a minute, critical minerals. What we need is speed and scale. This is not a time. But what has happened in the world, I think, is forced us as government to be more efficient. I mean, a lot of what we were saying is how we bring efficiency in our own system. For us, we put a major project office, reducing the time of permitting, matching the offer and demand, looking at long-term offtake with the number of private sector. I think there's a big role, and the United States has been leading in many ways in trying to show us in a way the interaction that you can have. And honestly, when, there's things that you see in the public, but you'd be surprised at the amount of discussion and, the background what we're trying to think to achieve. Because if you look at the real challenges in the world today and the advancement of technology, quantum and AI altogether, cyber, I come back to critical minerals because it's essential. The microchip, everything we need. I would say what has happened has made us also more efficient. I can speak for Canada. We have done things in the recent past that, were long-standing that we needed to do. And Rachel and I, we've been sharing, and Howard has been obviously a lot as well in the United States. So I would say from our side, it has made us more efficient because I don't think that you'll see change is obviously part of history, but I don't think the speed and scope and scale of change will relax. I think you will see that for quite some time. So better adapt to that, be efficient, and like you said, these investments that are waiting, I think we've passed the time of waiting now. It's the time to act to make sure we can, meet the moment.
I'd love to go out to the audience for some questions. The fate of these panels is that we have too little time, too many great speakers, but I'd really like to open it up. I see 3 hands here. I'll start here with Peter Goodman, I think, at the time.
Yeah, hey, Peter Goodman with the New York Times. Mr. Secretary, I'm wondering where the safeguarding of credibility in the institutions of American governance fits into your vision for America First. And specifically, where do you stand on the importance of Fed independence? And what are we to make of the fact that we've actually seen manufacturing jobs decline over the last year?
I'm going to collect a few. So I'm going to go, I think there was let's see, another gentleman here, and then I'll go to there. We'll try and do 2 rounds.
Thank you. I was going to ask about central bank independence, but not just the Fed, actually, more generally. But actually, I'll pivot to something else. So deregulation, which we've certainly seen in the US, also in the UK. How do you see those as tailwinds? We definitely see tailwinds in the US from a financial services perspective. How do you see it in other markets? Also, probably hear from the Chancellor.
Lady at the front here in the grey. We'll just do the front row for our starter round.
Hi, Mehreen Khan from the Times. Chancellor, you said that it's very important to understand who our friends are and what the threats are. Is China a friend to the UK or is it a threat to the UK? The Prime Minister will be making a visit to China in the next couple of weeks, the first in many years. And Commerce Secretary, would you like to see the UK government taking a position on China that's much more in line with your administration's?
Well, that's a great round of questions. Secretary Lutnick, we've not heard from you in a while.
Clearly, I'd like the UK, who was our great friend and ally, to be aligned with us. Right? That's clear. With respect to interest rates in America, there's been a classic policy that when the U.S. economy does well, raise rates and put brakes on it. When the U.S. economy is doing poorly, cut rates and add gas to it. But basically define mediocrity one way or the other. and President Trump thinks quite differently. We are the best credit in the world. Why are we paying a higher rate than all the other credits of the world? It makes no sense. Our rates are too high. It's just binary. Our rates should be much lower so that our economy can finally flourish. I think we're going to grow more than 5% GDP this quarter, and that's for the $30 trillion U.S. economy. And if rates were lower, you would see us hit 6%. What is holding us back is ourselves, okay? We are going to align our economy and our industrial policy with growth and success, and we hope to export that. I hope the UK follows our energy policy, follows our digital policy, so that our great tech companies can invest in the UK, can invest in Canada, can invest in Europe. But they can't if they have the Digital Services Act, the Digital Services Act, the Digital Markets Act, the digital this, the digital that. Europe has taxed our companies with fines and regulatory attacks more than they've earned in taxes on their own technology companies. Instead of saying, come and build and grow and build data centers here, they tax the heck out of them with fines and regulations that harm them. It's illogical. There's a reason the United States has $18 trillion of economic power coming in. You just watch. I couldn't say 5%, and I couldn't say, I think 6% if we cut interest rates is in the cards, unless that $18 trillion comes to America to build. And let me give you a hint. It's coming, and it's coming fast.
But I asked you about the principle of independence. Who gets to decide whether rates should be higher or lower? Whether you're right, should it be independent, or should you and the president get to decide that?
Well, thank you for putting me in it. It has nothing to do with me, but thank you. The President of the United States gets to pick the members of the Board of Governors. He will pick the governors that he thinks are the best, and therefore the outcome will be set by the governors. That is set. The President has clearly set what he thinks the right answer is, which is lower rates based on our credit, not based on some other nonsense. But he will pick the governors, and the outcomes will be set by the Fed governors.
That I find illuminating in the sense that it's the sheer drama of your vision of potential American growth that helps us better understand the stakes in the struggle over the Fed. I think that is actually, for me, quite an illuminating answer. It segues very well with the AI discourse as well, about the urgency of the current moment and the coincidence of the AI boom with the first year of the Trump presidency. As a historian, I think we'll look back on as a hugely powerful moment. We had a bunch of really other interesting questions. Maybe, Chancellor Reeves, you would like to pick up the question from Maureen Khan?
Yes, first of all, I'll say something about central banks, though. In the UK, with this government, we very much believe in the independence of central banks and, indeed, respect for wider economic institutions. It's only 3 and a bit years ago that a previous Conservative Prime Minister and Chancellor spent months undermining the Bank of England, didn't allow the independent forecaster to do a budget forecast, combined with a load of unaffordable tax policy, sent interest rates soaring in the UK, inflation was unleashed and pensions were put in peril. And so we very much believe that even though, of course, we would like interest rates to be lower, we have to get inflation down to get interest rates lower, which is why we're taking £150 off of energy bills for all UK households from April this year, freezing rail fares, freezing prescription charges to bring down inflation, which is currently at 3.2%. Bank of England think it will be back at target by late spring, early summer, and that will enable the Bank of England, so not taking shortcuts, but enable the bank to cut interest rates. On Antonio's question, I was laughing a little bit when people were talking about deregulation. Antonio and I, when I became Chancellor, would message each other regularly about a development, I think in Horsham, was it, in Sussex, where you had some microscopic snails that, as a result, were stopping any houses being built. you know, in our regulatory system, we cared more about microscopic snails than we did about young families and first-time buyers getting on the housing ladder. Well, Antonio, I think you can confirm that has changed now. You are building those houses because we've changed the rules and regulations. We're letting people build stuff in Britain again, whether that is energy infrastructure, transport infrastructure, housing for our people, you name it, the data centres. And, you know, Ruth Porat, who's here this week, and others at Google and all of your big US companies are building data centres in Britain because we're making it easier for them to do so. And we don't have the regulation that some other countries have, which makes it easier to do business in Britain. But we absolutely recognise that challenge from business to make it easier to get stuff done. Planning and regulation are being torn up in the UK because we want to make it easier to do business. And finally, on Marine's point about China, the trade intensity between the UK and China is lower than between the US and China, lower than Germany and China, lower than France and China. We don't want to be an outlier, but we are a bit of an outlier today, and we've missed out on opportunities for British businesses to sell into US markets. Brian and Bank of America do business in China. We want to help British businesses as well to be able to export to those fast-growing markets. That's in our national interest, but we also need to make sure that we use that relationship to challenge where necessary in a whole range of areas, including on areas such as dumping and the lack of respect for some rights of activists like Jimmy Lai, which we raise regularly with the Chinese. But you've got to be in the room to be able to have those conversations. You're not always going to be able to agree, but if you refuse to engage, then you're unable to have those difficult conversations too.
If I may, I'll go to another round of questions. We've got people queuing up in the audience. The gentleman here, smiling at me with a tie, woman here in the checked top, and then gent here in the middle. Oh, have we got over here? We'll do 4. Okay, where you go?
Joel Hills from ITV News. A question for Mr. Lutnick, if I can, from the UK, Mr. Lutnick. It is said that President Trump rather likes and admires shows of strength. What will happen if Europe does decide to respond with tariffs?
This lady here in the red checked top.
I was actually going to ask exactly the same one about retaliatory tariffs, so I'll ask a different one. Isn't there likely to become a point at which financial markets, this is also one for the Trade Secretary, isn't there likely to come a point at which financial markets start to become concerned, as they did a couple of years ago in the UK, about the credibility of institutions, about whether the US is a reliable place to go to do business, whether they can trust the rule of law, whether there's so much uncertainty about the sort of trade environment and so on that it becomes a riskier place to invest?
I'm going to take 2 more because this is going so well. Here we go. Gentleman here with the tie. There we go. And then over here, Ravi.
Right. I'm David Rhodes from Sky News in the UK. And my question is actually for EY and Bank of America. Secretary Lutnick, you said that globalization had failed the West and failed the United States. And you said it's left America behind. So I'd be interested to know some of the ways that the Bank of America and EY have been left behind in this set of circumstances that you're describing.
Ravi.
Hi there, Ravi Agrawal from Foreign Policy Magazine. Secretary Lutnick, I thought your first answer was illuminating about what America First is, and you framed it partly as an expression of sovereignty. And I guess my question to you is, what about the sovereignty of other nations? And this is linked to your role because the threats on Greenland are no longer hypothetical. You're already proposing economic warfare against 8 European countries. So how does this add up? Does sovereignty matter or not?
So I'll try to start on this side, which is when we launched our tariff regime on April 2nd, the world was aflutter with all of these kind of comments. But since then, if you check at the end of 2025, you will see all of the key indicators are up. The UK stock market's up, Europe's stock market is up, Japan is up, Korea is up. They are all up because as it turns out, there is much more stability in a strong America and a natural and long-term relationship between two countries. I think with respect to the tariff policy, the president uses tariff policy to make sure people are talking and paying attention and not just acting. You have seen him use tariff policy again and again to have outcomes that are reasonable and appropriate. So the fact that he doesn't want things to be done without discussion and without consideration is a way for him to say, hey, you know, you need to talk to us. If you're our great ally, you need to talk to us. Do I think the trade deals that we've set with Europe, with the UK, are they durable? I absolutely do. I do not see a model where Europe would decide, I want to blow up the tariff I have on automobiles or on pharmaceuticals or on semiconductors. I'd like to just go back to the way it was in April. I just don't see that happening. What I see happening is diplomacy and talking and at the table rather than action, which is something I think the president cares about and is important to the president. And I said, I will leave that to my national security people. But the president is clear-minded and clear of thought. He feels, and he's talked about this for 30 years, he has felt that the industrial policy of the United States allowed it to be hollowed out, and that would be true of Britain, and that would be true of Europe, that all of this has moved to Asia, right, where they make everything and we just buy it. And that has got to end. We need to produce things in America. We need to produce things, and we encourage the UK to do the same, right? And you agree. It's not as if we disagree. So that's the history, and sovereignty for America says we need to have our own steel. We need to have aluminum. We can have it with great allies, but we cannot have it where we rely on other people that maybe, like we've seen in critical minerals, and make no mistake about it, the critical mineral issue was with us a year ago. Everybody was sleeping through it. Donald Trump ripped the Band-Aid off, and the whole world said, oh, my God. And that is the intuition and power of Donald Trump's presidency, is that he's teaching the world what is wrong, and now the world is working together with respect to critical minerals to fix it, right? But there are all sorts of things that need to be fixed, one of which is a modification of industrial policy, that the United States of America should be a place where you build things, and I would encourage the UK to do the same. Granted, it can't be everything to everyone, but there are a lot of things. Same for Canada, same for all our allies.
And what happens if Europe retaliates with tariffs of its own, Mr. Lutnick?
Well, then we'll be back to a tit for tat, which is how we began, and it will end in a very positive conversation between Donald Trump and Ursula von der Leyen, which is what happened last time. So you can start with a kerfluffle, but in the end, right, the United States and Europe are great allies. The United States and the UK are great allies. These are great allies, right? We are great allies with Canada. We are great allies. It doesn't mean you don't have an argument. It doesn't mean you don't disagree. But it doesn't change the fundamentals of the United States knows who our allies are. And if we're going to have a kerfluffle, so be it. But we know where it's going to end. It's going to end in a reasonable manner that, in our view, prior to Donald Trump taking the helm of the United States of America, the world was taking the piss out of us, right? And we were exporting the power of our economy to the rest of the world. In 1 year of change, I just said my expectation is GDP of the United States of America is over 5% in the first quarter of 2026. That's just my opinion. But so far, in the first quarter, if you saw what I said I thought the United States would grow 4%, and the whole world said, you got to be kidding me. 4.3% in the third quarter. You're going to see plus 5% from the United States of America, the $30 trillion economy, winning. And that's good for the world.
We're out of time, but I still want to give the final word to our representatives from the private sector, because I thought this question that you asked was really quite a fundamental one. Does the Secretary's counter-narrative to the story of globalization, which he quite rightly associates and quite fairly associates with WEF, does that ring true for you? Or do you see elements that you can agree with, even if perhaps the overall story doesn't work?
As he went through the pieces, the national security pieces, manufacturing job content as a percentage of all content, even though we're a very services-oriented economy, it's not that America hasn't done fine. It's a question of, do we have the pieces today that we need to be successful on the dimensions of defense, national security, dominance of what the next big arc is, which is AI and technology implementation, and the power to build that, and the power to know you have it. Rachel mentioned something earlier which didn't pick up, which was the supply chain precision and efficiency. We all learned a lesson in COVID. When you woke up and you didn't have personal protective equipment. The idea that all the masks for surgeons to conduct business in every hospital in the world were coming from like 2 places. And that's not a sensible way. Was it 10 cents cheaper, 15 cents cheaper, $1 cheaper? So I think the question is really job content, which is the workers. I grew up in a small town in Ohio, and so I've seen that happen. It's job content. It's also what you need to make sure you really have ownership of, and then the other stuff. This shirt you can be more flexible on, and that's the history of the Northeast having the shirt-making industry, the Southeast having the shirt-making industry, and then offshore. But the designers and the thinking about it, making it wearable, you want that on your shore. And I think, but our country's been successful. There's no question. The question is, can we be successful in the next big arc? That's the question, and that's what Howard's trying to articulate. I think. I would never put words in the hammer's mouth. But I think that's what he's trying to say.
Can I give you the last word?
No, and honestly, from my perspective, I look at what our clients are coming to us on, and they want, greater collaboration across the globe on things that matter them and to impact them. And they want us to have a stronger voice to help bring that type of collaboration, to our clients to make it easier for them to do business. Brian said it earlier.
Larry Fink asked us in his opening address to kind of raise the tone of the conversation here and to be willing to engage in, if necessary, quite forthright argument. And I think our panel has squarely met that challenge. I'd like to thank everyone here for contributing, and thank you very much for the fantastic questions.
At the Board of Peace by ponying up $1 billion. You going to write a check for that?
We would write checks and deliver in kind to improve the welfare of the people of Palestine. But we want to see it delivered direct to those outcomes promoting peace, and so the mechanics and how it works that way.
Okay, final question. President Trump and a lot of people who agree with him condemn globalism a lot. And I suspect, you would be the kind of epitome of a globalist. You worked for Goldman Sachs, I believe. You were a central banker. You're comfortable and lived in several countries. Is globalism, first of all, is it a thing? And is it over?
I think, well, look, understanding how the world works, having an appreciation for other cultures, understanding the connections, and being able to, or at least appreciating ways that how we connect, whether it's through technology, trade, investment, culture, can enrich our lives, and that's a good thing, and also help solve problems. Being detached from where you live and the broader needs of society, there is an epithet for that. I don't know that the G word is the one. There's certainly what we're finding, and to go back to the points I was making, is that there are a number of like-minded countries that want to work through partnership to achieve those goals for their citizens and for the world more broadly. The call is for more to recognize what's really going on right now, and to pool their resources to the benefit of citizens. So it won't be global, it won't cover the globe, but it will be more powerful.
Okay, Prime Minister, thank you very much indeed.
of guests. Immediately to my left, the managing director of the International Monetary Fund, Kristalina Georgieva, Brad Smith, the president and vice chair of Microsoft, Khalid Al-Faleh, the Minister of Investment of the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, and last but certainly not least, Ashwini Vaishnaw, the Minister for Electronics and Information Technology of India. So a pretty good global breakdown, interests, responsibilities. We're going to try to get to a couple of questions at the end. If you have something really smart to say, as we get towards the end, try to make eye contact. We'll see what happens. So I want to start off with Kristalina. And we're going to begin with sort of the geography, the geopolitics of what's happening in AI right now. I mean, you'd think it's all about Greenland at Davos this year, but actually there's another Davos going on, which is very fast-moving and involves an incredible amount of investment. It's one of the reasons why you just upgraded the economic outlook. Talk about, from your global perspective, how is power changing around the world with AI?
Oh, definitely it is. When we look around the world and we see what is injecting resilience and strength in the world economy, AI definitely is a factor, and so is the advancement of private activity over the last decades. The state moving out of the economy, letting private business do its part. And those two things work extremely well. So we created the index of preparedness to see how well are different countries ready for AI. I would put them in three categories. Those who make it happen, those who watch it happen, and those who are saying, what the heck is happening? And actually, on a serious note, we look at four things. We look at physical infrastructure, we look at labor, skills, capabilities, we look at diffusion. AI may be happening, but if it is not changing the economy, it's not so relevant. And then we look at regulation and ethics. And then we rank countries. Not surprisingly, we have at the top a very small group of countries. Now, in the current environment, probably would be interesting to recognize that the United States, Denmark, and Singapore are the top three. And of course, China is with a very potent capabilities, but China is so big that you can't get that high in this ranking. Not surprisingly, we have many emerging market economies with comparative strength. Saudi Arabia would be one of them. Actually, India would be one of them because of the bet on IT that India is making that are in the higher spectrum. But low-income countries and a very big number of mid-size, middle-income countries are way, way behind. And they're behind on all four. So the world as a whole is already experiencing the arrival of AI. But I do worry about the accordion of opportunities that are much more present in some places than in others. And then we look at the impact on labor market. It is quite dramatic. We calculate that on average, 40% of jobs are touched by AI, either enhanced or scrapped or changed quite significantly without implications for better pay. In advanced economies, this is 60%. In low-income countries, 25, 26%. Again, accordion of impact. Now, my main message here is the following. This is a tsunami hitting the labor market. And even in the best prepared countries, I don't think we are prepared enough. And if you allow me to add one point,
It's just going to take away from your time later, Kristalina, but that's okay.
Oh, I know you. You are like an accountant. You hold this to account. And I'll give you, 2 minutes from the next one.
Okay.
So what I want to say is that we did something very interesting. We said, okay, how much are actually jobs changing, really? And what we found out that in advanced economies, in the United States, for example, you read advertisements, and 1 in 10 would have a new skill that didn't exist before, at least one new skill, maybe 2, maybe 3, maybe 4. And then these guys would get better pay. So what is the impact? The impact is they have more money in their pockets, they go to restaurants more, to movies more, so demand for low-skilled labor in services goes up. And in fact, who is squeezed? These poor guys in the middle, in the jobs that are not enhanced or imposed more. And the other category of people really, really affected young people who go for their first job.
So power is changing dramatically.
I owe you 1 minute and 26
future
seconds.
panels, I'm taking this off as well. So many issues of both power distribution inside countries, which I hope we'll get to, but first around the world. And those 3 categories that you remind everybody at the beginning, you make it, you watch it being made, or you have no idea what's being made. The countries in those categories don't necessarily always align very well. First category, we've got the US and China. Very little cooperation, virtually none on this issue, arguably decoupling. Second group, a lot of movement, and as we're seeing this week, a lot of concerns about the nature of the transatlantic relationship, how that plays out on AI and technology, very important. Brad, talk us through the implications of this.
Well, certainly you see the U.S. and China competing on 2 very important levels. One is the leading edge of innovation, who is making the best chips, who is producing the best models. But the second aspect of competition is really diffusion or adoption. As each country and the companies from each country are working to spread their technology around the world. I think it's easy to forget in a more global economy just how important the transatlantic ties are. When you have a conversation on a week like this about an island like Greenland, of course it's a national security topic, but it needs to be considered, I think, in the context of these economic ties. When it comes to AI, I think people in Europe often look at the United States and say, well, we need this or we need that, but they forget. They have ASML, they have Ericsson, they have Nokia, they have SAP, they have Siemens. There is a very important tech sector in Europe already. And if you look at the ties across the Atlantic, it's easy for Americans to forget that 70% of foreign investment into the United States comes from the rest of NATO. 40% of American exports globally go to the rest of NATO. So we always need to remember the context in which these issues need to be considered.
If you think about the changes that AI is having on the geopolitical environment, Brad, would you say that that AI is doing more to bring countries together? Is it doing more to force countries apart, or is it on average kind of absent from that conversation?
I would probably say on average it remains absent, but it is going to become more important every year. And when you look at the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, when you look at India, I think you see the future and you see the role that AI is playing there already, and you see the role that that will play, I think, in both growing their economies but connecting their economies in new ways with the rest of the world.
So, Ashwini, incredible talent base, fastest growing major economy in the world, an AI player, but clearly in the second grouping that Kristalina is talking about, have to think about alignments with the United States or China to a degree, but how much do you have to think about that as a country like India? How much can you chart your own course irrespective of what the Americans and Chinese are doing?
Actually, clearly in the first group, and the reason for that is there are 5 layers in the AI architecture. The application layer, the model layer, the chip layer, the infra layer, and the energy layer. We are working on all the 5 layers, making very good progress in all the 5 layers. On the application layer, we will probably be the biggest supplier of services to the world. go to an enterprise, understand the business of enterprise, understand the working of that enterprise, and provide that service using AI applications. That's going to be the biggest factor of success or successful deployment of AI, because that's where ROI comes from. ROI doesn't come from creating a very large model. 95% of the work can happen with models which are 20 billion or 50 billion parameters. We are creating a bouquet of such models. We already have. We already have a bouquet of such models which are now being deployed in multiple sectors to increase the productivity, to increase the efficiency, to increase the effective use of technology. So our focus is very much on making sure that AI diffusion happens in a very big way. And I don't know what the IMF criteria has been, but Stanford places India as third in terms of AI penetration, in terms of AI preparedness, and in terms of AI talent. All the three, actually on AI talent it is number 2. So I don't think your classification in the second bouquet is right. It's actually in the first.
So talk about in India, in an environment where the AI shifts in geopolitics are happening so quickly. Again, this was a conversation that didn't even exist at the World Economic Forum 5 years ago. And you now have radically different capabilities in different countries around the world. India has become a geopolitical player in its own right in the last 10 years. Didn't even want to play geopolitics before Modi came in. How does AI play into that capacity around the world, into what India wants to be on the global stage?
Listen, if you look at the way AI is shaping geopolitics, what can a country which has a very large model, let's say, without taking any names, can it switch off that model? Fair, switch it off. What will happen to a country like India? We have our own bouquet of models which can be used for 95% of the work that we require to do. So, does creating a large model give you a geopolitical power? I don't think so. It might actually be causing certain conditions where the people who are creating those large models might go bust in the coming years. You never know. They might go bankrupt in the coming years. The situation is, we have to understand the economics of this new, I call it fifth industrial revolution. We must see the economics of the fifth industrial revolution. The economics of this fifth industrial revolution is going to come from ROI. ROI is going to come from deploying the lowest cost solution to get the highest possible return. If you have a 50 billion parameter model, you can deploy it using one GPU. And if you have a 30 billion parameter model, which is absolutely good for 80% of your work, you don't even require a GPU. Where is the geopolitical thing in that? You have a large number of CPUs working in the entire world, and people are coming with custom silicon from amazing number of companies and countries where you wouldn't require to be dependent on any particular country. So that the so-called geopolitical edge that you are probably hinting at is not there.
So, given that, I mean, without naming names, Khalid, Ashwini was just talking about, you know, a lot of people that have been raising a lot of money in the United States with models that he thinks aren't going to be as effective as India's model, whatever bucket they're in. Now, you're the one that's thinking about deploying enormous amounts of assets for your country, both in Saudi Arabia and all over the world. And as you're thinking about the most revolutionary set of technologies out there, what are you looking for that's going to make you convinced that this is a winner, this is a loser, as these different countries and different companies are doing very different things?
Yeah, well, first, I think everybody agrees that AI as a general purpose technology is truly the transformation of this century and of our time. However, like transformation before, I think it will quickly be commoditized, and it's not going to be held in any one company or any one country. The race is on. Everybody wants to build the infrastructure for it, but it is I think the essence of AI's power is it has to be accessible. So the words diffusion is not just within economies that have to compete, but I believe It has to be done globally. From our perspective as an energy-producing nation, the diffusion of hydrocarbon energy that Saudi Arabia produced for 9 decades has enabled tremendous human development in countries like India, China, United States, Europe, where that energy transformed economies and people's lives. The internet did the same thing. There were a few companies, Microsoft was one of them, that had the lead, but ultimately it's coming from across the world, including emerging economies and developing nations. We are manufacturing servers for data centers today in Saudi Arabia through partnerships. So we believe that optionality is very important. We don't know who's going to be ahead 4 or 5 years from now. I think it's clear U.S. companies that have broke out of this technology race are ahead today. But the essence of Saudi Arabia's strategy towards AI, it's a huge boost for diversification. Vision 2030, launched by His Royal Highness the Crown Prince almost 10 years ago, was underpinned by diversification using new economies. So the energy transition, although it may appear to be competing with our traditional resource of hydrocarbon energy, is actually a pillar of our diversification. We're going to be 50% renewables in our electricity mix, and that renewable will power AI that is going to be a global commodity that we will work with. And just like India, we know this is not just about infrastructure, data center, and the energy competitive advantage that we believe Saudi Arabia is second to none. We're investing across the technology stack in applications and LLMs and in connectivity. Again, because we believe that this is going to be a global good. So just as important as building the data hub that Saudi Arabia is building, we need to be connected. And we are connected to Europe, Asia, countries like India, China, Japan, because we want that data and that AI power to be transmitted across border and across economies.
Now, as we think about AI as having dual-use capabilities, as the United States government is leaning more into industrial policy with other countries around the world, as the Chinese also have a lot of leverage in the investments that they make and that they accept, are you feeling any geopolitical pressure in the decisions that you make from an investment perspective into these areas?
Quite frankly, we have invested across the globe, and we have invested in Saudi Arabia with companies from East and West. U.S. is huge today because of their technology lead, as I mentioned, but we've also had investments with Chinese companies in China and digital technologies. We've invested with Japanese companies, Korean companies, across the technology sectors that we invest in. So optionality is very important. It's something we have now, and we protect because we believe that we are the owners of our own destiny, and we will not let go of that.
So if that's the broad geopolitics that we're looking at, Kristalina, you brought up at the beginning also inside countries, lots of people that are not necessarily benefiting. You're already seeing improvements in economic numbers from productivity and AI. You're already seeing that.
What we are seeing is that there are indeed jobs that get enhanced, and we also see jobs that are replaced by AI. This is happening categorically. It is hard to have a consolidated and broadly accepted definition of how we measure. The way we measure at the IMF, we have a fairly big range of impact on growth, global growth, from 0.1 to 0.8%. Let me just say that 0.8% is huge. If we get 0.8% boost on productivity, this would make global growth now higher than in the pre-pandemic period. 0.1 is kind of modest. And then the question is, how do we know where we land? And what we are doing is we are working with other researchers to try to capture productivity enhancement. And I can tell you it is not easy because, is it because of AI or is it because organizationally there are improvements that are made? I'll tell you, in my organization, the most visible places where AI is boosting productivity are two. One, translation and interpretation. We got from 200 to 50. 150 are replaced by AI. And in research analysts, there we are actually just able to do much more high quality research. In other words, it is enhancement, not a replacement. My big worry is that you go in communities where AI is not present. And there, how do people prepare for it? There is nothing happening now. And actually, we did something, I'm not going to vouch 100% this is correct, but we did a review to see countries where there is demand for AI skills, whether this demand is matched with supply of AI skills. And we found a very interesting picture. In some countries, demand is very high, supply is low. Some actually developed countries. In some countries, supply is very high. You have tons of skilled people, but the economy is not absorbing that supply. And the sad story is the countries where there is neither demand nor supply. And that risk of this massive divergence is at the country level then mirrors within countries.
So Brad, Kristalina, with this evocative accordion analogy, which is affecting not only countries but also populations, you've been on the front lines of this in the United States. You see now suddenly this raise in opposition to data centers. And people saying, oh, we're unhappy, we don't think the water, it's electricity, we're not going to see the jobs. I mean, and a lot of people expect that given the shift in skills that are necessary, given the transition, that you're going to see that America's ripe for another wave of populism. How do you think the companies, not just Microsoft, but across the board, need to get ahead of this? What do they need to do that they're not necessarily doing now?
Well, the big issue in the United States is, as you just mentioned, Ian, it really is around communities with data centers. And yeah, it's coming at a time when the number one political issue, the number one economic issue is probably affordability, the impact of inflation. So people see these large construction projects. They know that those jobs actually are good jobs, skilled labor jobs, not just people doing construction work, but it's skilled electricians, skilled pipe fitters. But they also know that once the construction is over, the number of jobs is still significant, in the hundreds, but not higher. But what they're really asking is, what does this mean for me and my family? Are we going to pay higher electricity prices? Is the water pressure in our showers going to be impacted? Who's really going to get these jobs? Is it going to be my family and my neighbors, or is it going to be somebody who moves into town from somewhere else? Those are completely legitimate questions. And I think it's incumbent on all of us in the industry in the United States to address them head on and offer the kinds of assurances that people need, that we will invest in electricity so that people's electricity rates don't increase, that we'll replenish more water in these communities than we use, that will work with the kind of training, whether it's skilled labor or IT jobs or other ongoing jobs, so that local residents can fill them. And I think as data centers spread, inevitably, people in other parts of the world will ask the same question. If people benefit, will it be us? And I think people have a right to expect their share of the benefits.
And to be fair, I want to repeat this. You would say that today a much bigger issue for the tech companies in AI is response to these concerns about data centers and affordability than concerns about job loss or job transferability in terms of right now?
In terms of the politics of 2026, for sure. I mean, the world is sort of a quilt, if you will, with different colors of fabric when you look at the construction of data centers. In the US, local communities blocked $98 billion of private sector investment in just the third quarter of last year. You come to Europe and governments want to spend taxpayer dollars to subsidize data center construction. You look at the Middle East and there's obviously a major economic strategy of creating an export, a token export or exports, if you will, out of, say, Saudi Arabia, the UAE and the like. China probably has an ability to go faster in some ways when it comes to bringing electricity online and getting infrastructure built. You go to Africa, wow, there isn't
electricity.
We need more electricity and we need more data centers.
So, Ashwini, when you think about how AI can be used, I mean, technology, India already did an incredible job with the Aadhaar. Suddenly, you're able to bring public services to people and you're improving growth and you're improving their per capita income without actually blowing out the budget. What can AI do? How are you deploying AI to further that message? How fast are we going to see it? Where are we going to see it?
Absolutely. Every sphere of life and economy, we are focusing on diffusion of AI. And in a very systematic way. So, okay, what is the biggest constraint? The biggest constraint is availability of GPUs. How do you solve that constraint? To solve that constraint, we decided to have a public-private partnership in which we empaneled 38,000 GPUs, which are a common compute facility available to the entire population. Unlike in many rich countries where the big tech basically controls the access to GPU, we decided to create a public-private partnership in which the common compute facility is enabled by the government and subsidized by the government so that entire population, all the students, researchers, startups, they all get access to it. And the cost is practically 1/3 of the cost in most of the countries. That is first. Second, having a set of free, a bouquet of models which basically meet most of your needs. Third, making sure that people understand this technology, learn this new technology. Already we are going through a program for 10 million people to be trained on AI skills. Four, making sure that the IT industry, which is a very significant industry in our country, pivots in a very systematic way towards providing services to Indian companies as well as to the global companies, using AI as a very effective enabler of efficiency, enabler, a multiplier of productivity in any operation that they do. So that's a very systematic way we are moving.
Thank you. So, Khalid, I want to ask you to look inside the country. Last time I asked you to look outside on winners and losers. The crazy thing about Saudi Arabia is that you're kind of starting from scratch, right? I mean, 10 years ago, you'd go to Saudi Arabia, and I mean, diversification, they'd talk to you about petrochem. And today, like, the economy is suddenly truly becoming diverse. It's healthcare and it's tourism. It's 10 years ago, you barely had women in the workplace. And today, like, it's an astonishing involvement in every part of society. So, given that, like, where are AI is kind of hitting your economy almost from scratch as a diversified and integrated society with what, 30 million people, whatever it is. How are you deploying AI with people who are looking completely differently at the world today?
Well, first of all, I would disagree with coming from scratch. You'll be surprised how tech-savvy and tech-native the Saudi population is. 70% of the Saudi population are below the age of 35, and the majority of them are as comfortable with digital technologies as any other country in the world. In terms of policy and regulation, when Vision 2030 was launched by His Royal Highness the Crown Prince, we identified technology as the key enabler, AI included, and started building the policy, the regulation, the platforms within the country, the data centers for the sovereign data sovereignty that was key for portions of the data. But in addition to data privacy, we had an open data. We talked about diffusion and access to compute, but access to data to achieve the same purpose of research, drug discovery, productivity improvement. Having a policy also of open access to data was a pillar that was launched before COVID. This is back in 2018 and 19. We have a ministry-level organization called SADAIA, the Saudi AI and Data Authority, that regulates and sets the guidelines with flexibility to allow the evolution of AI to take place and the innovation to take place. But it also protects and regulates and makes sure ethical standards. Within the UNESCO, Saudi Arabia was one of the first countries that proposed guidelines for the country on ethics in AI. Then we create a national champion, which is co-invested by the PIF, our sovereign wealth fund, and Aramco, that is investing at scale way beyond the need of Saudi Arabia and the Middle East. Because as I mentioned in my first question, we think AI is going to be a very key pillar of the global economy, and it's going to be globally traded, and therefore connectivity. And we are playing to our strengths, but we're also quickly bridging the gaps that we recognize we have. So we're developing our own LLM. SADAIA developed the first Arabic large model called Alam, and now it's owned by Humane, which is our national champion, and they're building on it. We have applications. I can tell you many use cases where over the last few years we have deployed AI applications in healthcare. It has cut the time to diagnose diabetic eye disease by 80%, and the rate of and the thousands of man hours of clinical physician hours have been saved in that case. We have our renewable energy company, Aqua Power. They have cameras on the blades of their winds that identify birds approaching from far away, and if they think they're coming near the windmill, they shut.
You got to tell President Trump about that.
They shut. Okay, the same company have reduced their chemicals in water desalination by 30% using AI, and the use cases are abundant. So we're not starting from scratch. Going back to Kristalina, we're in your first category.
I have not declared either India or Saudi Arabia in the second category, so I stand to accept your claim.
Thank you. Everyone is in the first category. Going forward, we have participation prizes. There's no problem.
I'm not going to go that far.
You wanted to jump in.
I think we should, let's not talk about Saudi Arabia or India for a moment, but let's just talk about the global north as a whole and the global south as a whole. You know, the diffusion report that we released a couple of weeks ago estimated that today generative AI is used by 25% of the population in the global north, but only 14% in the global south, and the gap is getting wider. Yeah. So if you zoom out and you say, what does this mean for the future of the world? I put it in the context of infrastructure and the history of infrastructure. Why is the world so divided economically? Well, I'd say a large part of it is because during the entire colonial era, the colonial powers invested in building railroads in places like India and across Africa. They were important to move troops, to control territory, to extract minerals, but they never built power plants for the population. Will AI exacerbate this divide, or will it close it? It's only going to close it if we embark on building infrastructure across the global south, and we need strategies that stimulate demand, that furnish supply. India, Saudi Arabia, they're on the right track. It's hard to look at Africa as a whole and be equally optimistic, and we need to think about that as well.
So as we move into the last segment, and if any question or two, raise your hand. I will try. I see a couple. Okay, we'll try to get there. I want to talk a little bit about the governance environment. And you just mentioned, a big problem, which is, absent international governance, trying to figure out how you're going to build this infrastructure. I mean, in this environment, it's hard to say that the Americans are more committed to that than they have been the last 5, 10 years. China's been pretty inward-looking in many ways the last 5, 10 years. Those are some big challenges. This space is moving a lot faster than governance capabilities. So if you could wave your magic wand over the next few years, with most of the leaders that we presently have now, what are 1 or 2 things that you think are feasible that would actually improve governance, that would make a positive difference in addressing both the challenge that you just raised, but also some of the others that we've been talking about the last 30 minutes?
Well, the first thing I would say is look back at the skilling topic, because it's a lot cheaper for governments to invest in skilling than it is, frankly, to invest in data centers. But if you invest in skilling, you start to stimulate demand for the private sector to invest in data centers. You can skill government employees. That has proven to be a very effective strategy for kickstarting demand. You can skill data scientists. You can do that through universities. That's where you start to get people who can then build the local applications. And I just think it is a critical element that is not getting the attention it deserves.
Khalid, what is the piece of governance or regulation that if you saw it in a country around AI, you would say, this will make me materially more interested in investing in it?
In governance?
Yes.
Well, generally, I think the concern we have with AI is biases in the data sets that the models have been learning from. So as someone who's coming from Saudi Arabia and the Middle East, it's important for us to also build our own sovereign models and to make sure that unbiased data is fed and taught to the models so that they are fit for purpose for us. They need to be consistent with our values. And our value sets have to be protected because AI, as we gain all of the efficiency and productivity and competitiveness that we inevitably will gain, we also don't want to lose our value and our character. And that, I think, is an issue of global governance where we have to recognize that these models and these applications cannot be developed in one country, say Europe, US, China, whatever it is, and then assumed to be relevant and applicable to every other country.
Okay, last comment before I go to a couple of questions. Ashwini, I wanted to say, I know that you, and the way you think about regulation and governance in India, are not just thinking about the laws that you're creating, but also how you use the technology to actually create and implement. I'm wondering if you could share just a moment on that with the audience.
Absolutely right. In case of technologies like AI, it's very important to have a techno-legal approach to regulation. It cannot be just a law that you pass and believe that everything will fall in place. You have to create technical tools and technologies to counter the harmful effects of, for example, bias, as Khalid said. For example, detecting deep fakes with an accuracy which can be taken to a court and be properly judicially checked. So those kind of things, you require techno-legal approach. We are following techno-legal approach, creating solutions which mitigate bias, which help in detecting deep fakes, which make sure that unlearning can be done properly before you deploy a model in an enterprise. So those kind of technologies we are developing.
Thank you. So I'm going to try to take one question to begin. Please recognize yourself. If you can be quick, I'll try to get to 2. We'll see where we get.
So I've been asked to stand up, so I shall. I'm Pranjal Sharma. I'm a columnist from India, and I focus on the intersection of tech and policy. The key word to use is weaponization. We've seen weaponization of digital platforms and AI. We saw a case in India where a company's digital footprint was switched off within seconds. We saw 2 justices of the International Court of Justice face the same. So my question to all of you is, how critical is this threat of weaponization of digital platforms, including AI, and is that therefore driving this piece of tech and AI sovereignty beyond just the data sets and controlling data?
Brad, that feels like it's most for you.
Well, every technology is both a tool and a weapon. There's a book with that title. And I think unfortunately, just as there's almost an infinite number of ways to turn AI into a tool, it can also be turned into a weapon. I would highlight two issues that I think are really paramount today. One is the use of AI to increase cyber threats. And that just is a classic case of where you need a united response from both the tech sector and governments working together. So in part, we're using AI as a cyber shield, if you will. But then the other issue, and the one you're really pointing to, is in a world where people are so dependent on technology, when governments, when countries are run on technology, is there a risk that technology gets turned off? And I think we have to continue to advance the kind of international dialogue so we have agreements between countries that will take that off the table, if you will, that will not make that part of a trade debate. If people want to apply tariffs, well, you're increasing the prices, but the goods are still available. And I think we need the kinds of steps as we've been pursuing, say, with a country like India, for example, to provide assurance of supply. And I think this also really naturally involves more local control, local laws, local suppliers, local partnerships. All of these things have become part of a complex web that are just indispensable for how this technology is used in the future.
Urgency of lack of international engagement on that last one right now? Scale of 1 to 10?
Glass is half full. It's half empty. It's a 5, Ian.
It's 5.
There's so much more that could be done.
Another question.
Namaskar. Hi. I'm Ishan Pratap Singh from the Global Shapers community, the New Delhi hub. I'm a 22-year-old entrepreneur. My question is for Mr. Smith as well. And what would be the correct analogy for the example you used about railroads and power plants in context of AI? And do you think the solution to fix that is to put universities and centers at the forefront rather than companies doing the job?
The thing that I would highlight is that what I would suggest in the 7th wave of technology driving infrastructure. Gone from canals to railroads to electricity to the telephone to highways for cars and airports for planes. Now we have AI, it requires infrastructure. I think unlike, say, airports and highways, but like the first 4, the private sector is investing globally. That is good news, because that is helping to spread infrastructure around the world. But there are key shortages we need to address. Probably the most important in most countries is for people, what Kristalina was saying. India actually is providing much of the IQ that is creating IP for the world. But if you look at Africa, for every 1 data scientist, there's 14 data scientists in Europe. That is a shortage that governments and universities can help meet. I would also say then we need more capital to be deployed where the market is not building these data centers. Development banks, development assistance can play a role, but governments can help stimulate demand. When the public sector adopts AI, when countries consolidate demand by putting together, say, regional agreements to enable a data center to serve 6 countries and not 1, that will stimulate more investment. We need to get the investment moving. And I think governments are best served when they survey the market, look for the market failures, and fill in the gaps.
Last quick question, a young woman in the front.
Hello, I'm Maria from Portugal, also a global shaper. I'm an AI developer working on drug discovery. So you've mentioned the problem on entry-level jobs, but you also mentioned education. And as a follow-up question, yes, education is very important, but the people are leaving universities and they need the entry-level jobs. I don't know if any of you have some thoughts on this question of, yes, we get education, but then how can the youth actually get these entry-level jobs, and what solutions can we actually bring for this?
Kristalina.
But one important thing we see is to recognize that how people are prepared has to leave space to be ready for new skills and be able to fill applications where these new skills are a requirement. In other words, learn to learn and adapt rather than learn specific technical skills and stop there. It is not an easy problem, and this is where we are telling governments that they have to invest much more thinking into helping communities, individuals, businesses to be prepared for the world of AI, because it is here. It's no more a world of the future. And I want to say one thing about Africa. I have a very deep conviction that a way we can help Africa is if we finally fulfill one commitment that was made. That is not very expensive. $15 billion to get every African citizen, business, and state institution connected to the internet. It is a step that would help tremendously. Of course, there are issues of electricity. They also need to be resolved. But it is not unresolvable if there is will and there is this strength of helping countries not to fall so dramatically behind. In my institution, we focus a lot on Africa. We do one thing, which is digitalize all government services. It serves as an impetus to get countries moving. And actually, we strongly advocate for this issue of skills. Be very proactive. Don't allow this to come so ahead then young people are on the street and desperate.
I'm glad we ended with that. It's a good note. And please join me in thanking our panel today.